Good morning. Yes, Mr. Buchan.
Good morning, Your Honour. In terms of the appearances today, Ms Natalie Davis is now appearing in the place of Emily Clark for the represented families.
Thank you.
The first witness is Ms Anne Wunsch, and she's to give evidence by way of audio-visual link.
I see. Thank you.
And I call Anne Wunsch.
Thank you. Ms Wunsch, good morning. It's the coroner speaking. Can you hear me clearly and see the courtroom on the screen or monitor you have in front of you?
Yes, Your Honour.
Thank you very much for taking the time to connect to the proceedings to give evidence today. I'm going to ask the court officer here to either swear or affirm you in, and then we can begin your evidence with some questions from senior counsel assisting.
Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Wunsch.
Is your name Anne Wunsch?
Yes.
Can you see and hear me clearly?
Yes, I can.
Ms Wunsch, you are a senior officer with the Aged Care Quality Safety Commission, is that correct?
That's correct.
Presently, your position is Executive Director, Approvals, Compliance and Investigations at the Commission?
Yes, that's correct.
And in April 2020, when the Newmarch outbreak was on foot, you had a different role, right?
That's right.
At that point, you were Executive Director, COVID-19 Task Force.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you please explain what that role entailed?
So the COVID-19 task force was established to provide a capability in the Commission to have line of sight to COVID outbreaks in aged care, both in residential care and home care. We convened a team to collect intelligence in relation to outbreaks, to set up systems to document and manage our engagement with outbreaks. We commenced engaging with the sector in relation to outbreaks, providing information and resource material. And we developed a capability to participate in outbreak management meetings to ensure that we had line of sight to risk in relation to COVID-19 and its impact on consumers and in residential and home care services and services that would be impacted by the pandemic.
The question I'm going to ask you now is this. Why was it important for the Commission to have line of sight, as you put it, into outbreak responses in residential aged care facilities? And in answering that question, I'd ask that you provide information both in terms of the key responsibilities of the Commission in relation to residential aged care facilities, and then particularly address the responsibilities in terms of the COVID situation that was in existence in the early part of 2020.
So in the broad, our responsibility was to protect and enhance the quality of care delivered to consumers of aged care and hold providers to account for the provision of that care. In the context of COVID, which was unprecedented, we had 4 key priorities. The first was to ensure that services minimise the exposure to uninfected people. The second was to ensure that services provided the best quality care to infected people. The third was to ensure that the duration and extent of the outbreak was minimised. And the fourth was to ensure that care was delivered, normal care was delivered, and risk management was in place throughout the duration of the outbreak.
Just in terms of the first of those 4 key priorities, minimising exposure to those who had not been infected, does that relate to this scenario that if residents in an aged care facility or staff in the facility tested COVID positive, one of the key concerns that your organisation had was to do whatever was possible to contain that contagion so that those residents who were negative didn't become infected?
Absolutely. And we used our international networks to understand how social care settings were responding to this problem. We accessed a chief clinical medical officer for Bupa in the UK. We had contacts in Europe through ISQA, the International Society for Quality in Healthcare, and we understood that cohorting was critical and it needed to occur urgently to create geographical separation between those who were infected and those that had not been exposed to or were not tested as positive. So that was at the forefront of our minds and our conversations with providers, including Newmarch, that separation was critical.
The second priority that you referred to was to ensure that consumers, I think that's the word you used to describe residents, that consumers received the best quality care. Now, that word care, what does that contemplate? What types of care?
It contemplates clinical care, of course, and noting that 50% of residents in residential aged care have a diagnosis of dementia. It contemplates emotional support and psychological support and but holistic care, noting that as well as dementia, there are a proportion of consumers in every aged care service that have complex care needs, comorbidities, and that the impact of COVID on this population would require a level of care and support that would challenge or would challenge a residential aged care service.
In the early part of your answer, you referred to it, of course, relates to clinical care. I think they were the words that you used. So was it one concern of the Commission that in the event that residents or consumers became COVID positive and became unwell, that they would receive the best standard of medical care that was available?
Absolutely, and one of the issues that we understood very early on was that in achieving best practice infection prevention and control, it required residents or consumers to be isolated in their rooms, generally with the door closed, almost always with the door closed, and that casual observation was less available to detect difficulty, and that getting good clinical care was going to be very challenging in that environment where there wasn't, the ability to just walk up a corridor and see people. They weren't coming out of their rooms, and with the door closed, it was difficult to know what was happening behind that door.
Third key priority you referred to was to limit the duration and extent of an outbreak. And you've spoken about some of the practical circumstances that impact on that outcome, right? Did the Commission also have an interest in infection control practices?
Absolutely, because the effectiveness of infection prevention control practices is a key determinant in minimising the duration of an outbreak.
And then the last of the four factors involved ensuring that care was delivered, and secondly, that there are appropriate risk management systems in place. I just want to ask you about each of those two priorities or concerns. First of all, ensuring that care was delivered. What do you mean by that?
Because of the isolation that was required, we knew that people wouldn't be able to mobilise and wouldn't necessarily be able to engage in the way with others, so that their psychological impact, emotional impact was significant. They weren't able to commune in dining rooms or eat together, and we knew that the risks were there, that they wouldn't eat, or if there was the risks associated with staff also becoming infected or not available for because they were close contacts, meant that assistance that would be provided in relation to normal care would be compromised as well. And that's, yeah.
Can I just ask you about that last point that you raised, which relates to staff shortages?
Yes.
Foreseeable staff shortages. Now, we know, of course, that as events played out, there were significant staff shortages at Newmarch House, beyond perhaps what was expected to have occurred. But what I want you to do is to cast your mind back to what your thinking was at the time that the outbreak commenced. I know that's a difficult intellectual exercise to perform, to strip away everything that you learnt that occurred later, but trying to put yourself as best as you can in the position you were in at the start of the outbreak. Did you have concerns at that time about the risk of staff shortages developing?
We did, and we had our best estimate of what we believed would be the shortfall, and we know that was exceeded. We were particularly focusing on what the capabilities would be of different providers, given some were smaller and standalone, others were larger and had significant resources, etc. So we were very exercised about how the sector would respond, and part of the self-assessment that providers were asked to complete was to identify how they would respond to that shortfall, either through deploying resources that they had available in their own organisations or through engagement with agencies and other mechanisms to bring in staff.
Had anyone in the Commission performed any kind of modelling about how grave these staff shortages could be? Had there been any thinking along those lines?
We were engaging daily with the Department of Health, and the Department of Health stood up a surge workforce capability. Those discussions were ongoing about how staffing would be potentially sourced in the event that services could not source those resources themselves.
You were involved in the response to the Baptist Care Dorothy Henderson Lodge outbreak that occurred in early March of 2020, right?
That's correct.
Was that the first outbreak in a residential aged care facility of COVID-19 in New South Wales?
Yes, that was.
Between the Dorothy Henderson Lodge outbreak and the Newmarch House outbreak, were there any other significant outbreaks in New South Wales?
There were no other significant outbreaks. There were a small single individual staff member returning a positive test. And the one smaller outbreak that was effectively contained was Opal Bankstown. That occurred between Dorothy Henderson Lodge and Newmarch.
In paragraph 10 of your statement, do you have that with you, by the way?
Yes, I do.
There's no problem with you having that document in front of you, Ms. Wunsch. At paragraph 10, you set out the involvement, your involvement in respect of the Dorothy Henderson Lodge outbreak in your role as Director of the COVID-19 Task Force. And that included representing the Commissioner at meetings with senior officials from various agencies and departments, analysing and resolving issues that would impact on health, safety and quality of care given to residents at the lodge. That's the end of A. Attending meetings with Baptist Care and their key personnel, where you discussed aspects of their response to the crisis. And that included talking about testing, staffing matters and cohorting. And then the third aspect that you outline is briefing the Commissioner and the Commission's Executive Leadership Group on what was happening at Dorothy Henderson Lodge, and then the implications for the Commission's oversight of services. And clearly that's in terms of looking forwards, yes, to other outbreaks. Is that what that relates to? Yes, that's
right.
So just going back to the second of those points, B, your meetings with key Baptist Care personnel, are there any key learnings that came out of those particular meetings and that engagement with those who were at the coalface during the Dorothy Henderson Lodge outbreak?
So my attendance at these meetings was virtual. However, I could, through these meetings, clearly identify the strategy and approach that Baptist Care and their key personnel had in response to this outbreak. They were clear in terms of the the roles and responsibilities of key personnel and the approach that they were using to manage this outbreak. And there was a identifiable level of competence and confidence in the engagement that they had with other parties. There was involvement from New South Wales Health. I recall a meeting, at least one meeting, where Dr. Kerry Chant, Dr. Jeremy McAnulty were present. The Clinical Excellence Commission was present at other times. There was critical discussion and analysis of outcomes for individuals, and it was, I believe, a demonstration of an effective outbreak management response.
Was there any consideration given to the manner in which COVID-positive patients received clinical care in the Dorothy Henderson Lodge outbreak?
Yes, there was, and I recall that there were individuals, and I can't give you the number, but at least one, maybe more, that were admitted to a hospital to receive clinical care associated with their COVID-19 infection.
You also refer at B to the meetings discussing the cohorting of consumers. Just in general terms, what are you referring to there when you talk about cohorting?
Cohorting is the practice of grouping together consumers or residents that have a clinical status of either being COVID negative or COVID positive. And by grouping those people together, it provides the opportunity to reduce the potential contamination or exposure of the infection from those who are positive to those who are negative. It also supports the opportunity to divide staff into teams that can work exclusively with either COVID positive or COVID negative consumers, which is best practice, as it reduces the burden or the stress of delivering care. It provides optimum infection prevention control because of the reduced requirements on the use of PPE. Having a dedicated staffing model, even in the absence of COVID, allows for better detection and understanding of individuals' clinical status and emotional status and care needs, etc. It's a critical component of delivering effective care in the context of a COVID outbreak.
Now, in light of the information that you received during this experience of working or being part of the response to the Dorothy Henderson Lodge outbreak, and turning now to 10C, part of your role was to brief the Commissioner about the implications of that experience in terms of the Commission's oversight of services, that's the first thing, and also the regulatory responses that it might take. Now, are you able to summarise what those key implications were?
The implications were that the aged care sector and and aged care services needed to be oriented and significantly engaged with in relation to how to respond effectively in an urgent way to the requirements that would produce the best outcome for consumers, which included the steps that they needed to take at the as soon as they became aware of an initial case of COVID in a facility, whether that be a staff member or a consumer. This led to the development of resources by both the Commission and the Department of Health, Commonwealth Department of Health, to impress on services the need to have this approach in their outbreak management plan. There were meetings that were convened by the Department of Health, Commonwealth Department of Health, with the sector to orient them to the approach by Dorothy Henderson Lodge, and the chair of the board, Ross Lowe, was invited to and spoke at meetings convened by the Commonwealth Department of Health to discuss the approach that and the experience of that outbreak with the sector to sharpen their awareness of what was needed to provide an effective response to a COVID outbreak.
That level of that engagement that you've just referred to in your last answer, did that occur before the Newmarch outbreak commenced? Just to give you the reference point, you were informed of positive cases on the 12th, or a positive case, 2 positive cases on the 12th of April 2020. Assume that 11 April 2020 is a key date in terms of the commencement of the outbreak. That engagement you've referred to, did it occur before those dates or afterwards?
Look, I don't recall exactly when it occurred, but we were already meeting with the sector to discuss these matters prior to the Newmarch outbreak.
Did you have any meetings with Anglicare management prior to the commencement of the outbreak in relation to COVID preparations, COVID planning, things of that nature?
No, not specifically at a service level with Anglicare, no.
As I mentioned a moment ago, you were notified of 2 positive cases on the 12th of April 2020, right?
Yes, I took a call from Dr. Bradley Forsman on that Sunday, Easter Sunday afternoon. He advised of the 2 positive cases. I asked him to follow that up with an email, which he did shortly afterwards. Yeah.
Now, that resulted in the Commission attending meetings of senior officials from the different agencies that occurred on a regular basis throughout the Newmarch outbreak. Was that right?
Yes, it was. But our first meeting with Newmarch was on the Tuesday, the 14th of April, followed by a second meeting with Newmarch and the Department of Health on the 15th of April, and then the first case meeting convened on the 16th of April.
So let's go back to those 2 initial meetings. Who was present at the meeting on the 14th of April?
The 14th of April, the meeting included myself, Dr. Melanie Roth, the Chief Clinical Advisor from the Commission, and Erica Roy from Anglicare. And Erica's role, I believe, was Manager of Compliance, Quality and Compliance, or Quality and Risk, that type of role. That was the first meeting.
What was the point of that meeting?
The The meeting was convened and had been arranged the previous day by through Lisa Peterson, the New South Wales State Network lead with the Department of Health, and we met with Ms. Roy to take her through what we believe were the critical steps that Anglicare needed to put in place at Newmarch, and to understand their readiness and their response. And we, Dr. Roth and I discussed function by function. I'm talking about how are you managing your meal service delivery, how are you managing laundry, what's your equipment situation look like, what's the staffing model, numbers of residents in each wing, requests for a floor plan, org chart, cohorting plan, etc. What are you going to do about people that might want to go home to stay with their families, etc. So we took her through a series of questions and also provided information to her to assist in her understanding of what would be required to respond to that outbreak.
What sort of information did you provide?
We explained the critical need for cohorting. We sought to understand how many residents were in the home. We understood it was about 97 of 102 beds, so there were 5 vacant rooms. We provided information about moving to disposable surgery items. We advised that she would need equipment for each person to prevent contamination from multiple use. For example, she said we've only got tympanic thermometers, and Dr. Rose said, well, you've got multiple services, you've got 23 services, why don't you round up as many infrared no-touch thermometers from your other services if you can't access an alternative supply.
Just before you move on, the equipment that you're referring to there, well, that's a thermometer.
Yes.
So was the discussion about equipment limited to that type of item, or did it concern PPE equipment or other forms of equipment?
It was. No, we went through PPE. We went through a broad range of matters, but that was an illustration of the type of problem solving we were using. The approach we were using in that meeting was to introduce an issue, seek their feedback on that issue, and then provide them with information to actively problem solve and support their understanding of what needed to be done. But certainly the tone of the meeting was, this is urgent, this needs a response. Our concerns in that meeting were that Ms. Roy advised that she couldn't answer a number of our questions because she was off-site at the head office and she wasn't aware of the details on the ground in terms of the on-site status of the outbreak.
I'm going to ask for a document to be brought up on the screen. It's volume 20, tab 58. Excuse me. And in particular, page 6. Ms. Wunsch, you've left our screen because the document's up on the screen, but can you still see us in the court?
Yes.
And can you see a document being displayed on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Can you read that document?
Yes, I can.
It's legible.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, do you see under the signature block at the top of the page, which relates to a different email, there is an email from Lisa Peterson.
Yep.
Dated 15 April 2020.
Yes.
And you're one of the recipients of the email.
Yes.
As are various other persons, either with the Commonwealth Department of Health or the Department of Aged Care and Quality.
Yes.
Now, is that a summary of a conversation that occurred on the 15th of April?
That's a summary of a meeting that occurred with Dr. Melanie Rose, myself, Lisa Peterson, Gavin Pretorius, the Chief Operating Officer from Newmarch, from Anglicare, and Erica Roy. Yes, the second meeting, which was on the 15th, and this is a part summary of that discussion.
Do you know if a similar summary exists in relation to the meeting that was held on the 14th of April?
I'm not aware that there is a similar summary of that. I am relying on my recall of that discussion. I did take some notes, I believe, handwritten notes from that discussion, from that meeting from the 14th.
All right. We'll see more than one email in this form through the course of your evidence, but was it a process that was in place that Ms. Peterson would email summaries of meetings after they were conducted to various interested parties at the Commonwealth level?
Yes.
Now, just before I draw your attention to an aspect of this email, can you describe what happened on the 15th, just from your memory at this stage?
So I'll have to go back to the 12th for a minute just to explain why this issue emerged. On the 12th, after I had been advised by Dr. Forsman about the outbreak, and I had contacted Lisa Peterson and to advise of same and forward the email to her, I also contacted our regional director of New South Wales, Tracy Clerk, to discuss this matter and to confirm who was the facility manager at Newmarch, as our system had that information in it, and Tracy confirmed that Melinda Burns was the facility manager and provided a mobile number. And I called Melinda Burns that evening, Sunday, and left a voice message for her, but I didn't receive a call back. On the Tuesday at the meeting with Erica Roy, I made a point, I mentioned this, and I was told that position was not, that there had been a previous facility manager not in that role. I'll go back to, I asked for the org chart and to understand what the line of command was at Newmarch. And Ms. Roy did not answer that question. And the next day, with Gavin Pretorius and Ms. Roy at the meeting, the question was asked again. And my recall is that Mr. Pretorius said that the previous facility manager was in had been moved into a communications role, and that they were looking to have two people act as a facility manager 3 days on each, with a changeover day in the middle of the week. that was part of the advice provided to us, which immediately caused us significant concern about how the outbreak would be managed. The other information that was provided at the time on that day, on the 15th, was that they were concerned about how hard it would be to try and move people, that cohorting would be difficult, hard to achieve. We were aware that they had a facility nearby at Rooty Hill that had significant vacancies, maybe 30 or 40 vacancies, and we asked whether that would be an option to take some of the pressure off Newmarch. The answer from Mr. Pretorius was it was not likely that families in that residents of the Rooty Hill facility would be in favour of people from Newmarch moving there. And he suggested that the best way forward was to do things in a sequence, which was settle down the staff, but settle the staff situation first and then move to the next problem. That approach I felt was not consistent with the prioritising urgent cohorting or moving residents to create geographical separation that would allow for protection of those people who at that point had not been exposed to the virus or had not tested positive.
So if I could, sorry, are you finished?
Yes, sorry.
If I can take you to the email. If you go down to the second last dot point on the, actually I'll go first of all to the third dot point, that at this stage you were being informed that there were infected residents across the three wings of the facility.
Yes.
See that there?
Yes.
The total infections at that point, according to the information you received, was 9. Do you see that in the first line?
Yes.
The second last dot point on the page, you're informed that particular staff had been assigned to work with infected residents to reduce the risk of cross-infection.
Yes.
What we then see is this: the ACQSC, the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission, has strongly recommended that the service move residents to bring the cohort of infected residents together to reduce cross-infection risk. And the response there is recorded that the service will seek to action, but will require movement of infected and non-infected residents. And they pointed out that all infected residents are currently in single rooms with their own bathroom. Goes on to talk about cleaning requirements. And then it says this: cohort will assist in reducing PPE use. So do we take from that that the Commission was strongly pushing the response of cohorting?
Absolutely. Yes.
At this stage?
Yes.
Do you remember who it was who said that cohorting will assist in reducing PPE use?
I believe I said that, but it's just as likely that Dr. Melanie Rose said it or we both said it. I was reflecting on the understanding that I had from Dorothy Henderson Lodge, but also from international experience, that the PPE burn or use was a significant problem in residential aged care or social care settings, and that it was in the interests of the service to reduce that PPE use or burn, and cohorting would assist in that, as well as protect individuals, provide better protection for individuals from exposure to COVID. The terminal clean sentence also was in relation to our concern that, sorry, I'll say it again. Gavin Pretorius raised the issue about it would be a difficult exercise to provide alternative rooms for cohorting purposes because of a need to have a terminal clean, which was, of course, the practice was required, terminal clean, but that was another difficulty. So this was he was raising difficulties, and we were saying this needs to happen.
Let's stay in time. What was there a response given to the point made by Mr. Pretorius that infected residents were currently in single rooms, isolating in single rooms with their own ensuite bathrooms?
So I had asked for a floor plan from Erica Roy on the 14th, and she was not able to provide it. Once again on the 15th, we asked for a floor plan because what we had to see in front of us in order to provide advice and analysis of the situation was to look at the layout of where each infected person and non-infected person was located in each of the wings. So that was our approach to them, to say, you must provide us with floor plans. We need to understand where everybody is in order to look at and actively problem solve with you what are some potential arrangements that could be made to reduce exposure. So we were still in this space trying to assist in coming up with options that could provide some geographical separation, but we were reliant on the service to give us the information that would allow us to have that conversation with them.
Were there any particular reasons why, from the Commission's perspective, that approach that was being taken, isolating residents in their rooms with their own bathroom facilities, why that wasn't a sufficient or optimal position to take?
It certainly was a better picture than a shared bathroom situation, but it wasn't optimal because we knew that the movement of staff around the facility and the potential movement of residents where they might emerge from their rooms, etc., would not ensure that transmission would not occur. So it was only a part of a solution. We certainly were reassured by single rooms with en-suites as a part solution, but it was not sufficient. The separation between, sorry, I'll just finish. The separation between the rooms was a space of, between door frames of something like this amount. It's a domestic environment in the sense that it's close quarters, and there's just and the air circulation, the structure, the layout, all contribute to potential transmission.
Were those matters, or any of those matters, specifically discussed at this meeting on the 15th, or are you not able to remember now?
Look, I don't remember that we provided the analysis that I've just described. What we said was that we absolutely understand that that cohorting must occur and must occur urgently, and that we understood that was the best way to prevent transmission, reduce the stress and difficulty on staff and on the use of PPE, and to give people the best chance of remaining COVID negative.
Can I ask you to turn over to the next page, and it'll come back on screen now. Of the email. It says there, the first dot point, the service has increased monitoring of all residents to attempt to detect any symptoms as early as possible, 3 times daily checks. Do you remember receiving information to that effect? Or was that something that you said, that was said by a commission representative to the service?
Look, I don't recall. It reads to me as, and I'm just reading it now, that it's what they said they would do, but I don't recall them saying it. But in any case, we did not receive routine information from them that supported that regime of daily checks.
The conversation, according to this note, then appeared to turn towards the issue of moving residents out of the facility. If you look at the next 2 dot points.
Yes.
The second dot point refers to moving residents to other related services, there being vacancies in the Rooty Hill service.
Yes.
And the service representatives indicated that they would look into that.
Yes.
But you were informed that other services were full at the time. And then we have in bold that section that refers to the Chief Clinical Advisor. That's Dr. Roth, correct?
Right.
She is a geriatrician who advises the Commission about
correct.
relevant matters. It says there that she is strongly recommending that infected residents be removed from the site, and it appears unlikely that the service can manage this itself at speed. Do you remember Dr. Roth saying something to that effect at this meeting?
Yes.
It then says this: can the department offer a separate location, e.g. through the private hospital funding initiative? Now this seems to be, well, let me ask you this question. Was that something said at the meeting, or was this a question posed by Ms. Peterson in her email to the email group, of which you are a recipient, or aren't you able to say?
My recollection is it was stated, and my reason for saying that is that we had already understood that there was a private hospital agreement in place that could be accessed for the purposes of transfer of COVID positive consumers, or consumers that were requiring a transfer from an outbreak affected aged care service.
Can I just ask you to read on? Because what the note goes on to say is this: transport will be a consideration and the financial situation needs to be determined. Note that additional positive test outcomes are expected, so this issue will grow. That's clearly referring to the extent of the outbreak, right, at Newmarch House. This option has not been raised with Anglicare at this point. Now, doesn't that suggest that this part of the email dealing with the private hospital funding initiative was not raised with Anglicare during the meeting?
That would indicate that. My response would be that the Rooty Hill issue was certainly contemplated and discussed with Anglicare, but it's possible that the private hospital option was not discussed, but the Rooty Hill option was.
The strong recommendation from Dr. Roth that's described at the beginning of that paragraph in bold about moving residents off-site, infected residents, was that an issue that was specifically raised, this strong recommendation?
Yes.
During the meeting on the 15th?
Yes, it was, and that's where the Rooty Hill service was identified as an available option. The sentence, all other related services are full, refers to Anglicare saying that they didn't have other vacancies in other Anglicare services, but that they acknowledged that they had vacancies available in the Rooty Hill service. And the discussion was in relation to using the Rooty Hill service for the purposes of relocating Newmarch residents that were COVID positive.
Were there any subsequent discussions with Anglicare representatives about the private hospital funding initiative and that particular option, or was it never raised with Anglicare?
So throughout the daily case meetings, even after the confirmation of the hospital in the home approach being confirmed as the way forward, the alternatives that could be drawn on in both other aged care services, and I'm not talking specifically Anglicare, I'm talking about other providers providing aged care services to Newmarch residents, and the potential to access Minchinbury Private Hospital was discussed, and it was discussed at meetings with Anglicare and New South Wales Health officials right up until early May from memory. It was revisited multiple times.
But is it the case that option was never ultimately taken up?
That's right.
Was there any point in time where those representing the Commission changed their views about the appropriateness of moving residents off-site, positive residents off-site, or did that recommendation remain the view of the Commission throughout the relevant period?
The recommendation remained the view of the Commission throughout the outbreak. However, we were not the decision maker, and the convening of an expert medical group through the Department of Health's initiated this group of experts to convene to discuss the outbreak and the approach, and that group confirmed the approach that was that was put in place and was maintained throughout the outbreak. And as I said earlier, that did not mean that the alternatives were not considered multiple times, routinely, in relation to individuals and their needs. And the Commission re-prosecuted those arguments in relation to individuals throughout the management of the outbreak at case meetings that included representatives of Anglicare and New South Wales Health and the Commonwealth.
The meeting clearly went on to discuss communication issues that can be taken for the next 2 dot points.
Yes.
Was that a matter of concern for the Commission?
It was a matter of concern from the outset. On the 14th of April, when we first, Dr. Rose and I first met with Erica Roy, there was a discussion about, what about families who will want to take people home, because we anticipated that being an issue. Ms. Roy advised that already families were contacting Anglicare seeking to take their family members home, and that Anglicare had advised those families that it was illegal to take people home. Dr. Roth and I challenged this and asked how did Anglicare form that understanding? The next day.
Sorry, was that conversation on the 15th?
It occurred on the 14th and then it reoccurred on the 15th. Yeah. But that was just one aspect of communication. Ms. Roy was open about the difficulties on the 14th and said that Anglicare was already experiencing very high volumes of calls, and families were contacting the service and the corporate office seeking information, and that it was already very challenging.
The issue about families contacting Newmarch House about removing residents from the facility that you just referred to, is that an issue that continued to receive consideration and discussion as the outbreak progressed?
Yes, it did, and that was because families continued to request this, and other stakeholders were also engaging us about that issue. The Older Persons Advocacy Network were receiving calls in relation to this issue. I believe the Commission received calls, or a call at least, and so that issue was a live issue throughout the at least the early part of the outbreak.
We have the benefit of having the ongoing daily updates that followed meetings that were recorded in emails sent by Ms. Peterson. They're found at tab 116 of volume 20. And what those notes appear to indicate is that the issue was raised at various points in time, and there were discussions that proceeded into May, early May of 2020, about what the appropriate response should be to those sorts of requests.
That's correct.
And what the requirements were.
Yes.
And by the 8th of May, matters had progressed to the point where a process was being established to assist with the movement of residents from the facility. Right?
Yes.
Now, obviously, by the 8th of May, that was some number of weeks into the outbreak, almost a month after the outbreak commenced.
Yes.
Can I ask you just to consider that period leading up to early May? Was there ever a clear position reached in the high-level meetings that you attended at an earlier point in time about whether residents would be permitted to leave the facility? And if so, under what circumstances?
So from the 14th and the 15th, when I became aware of the advice that Anglicare had provided to Newmarch families, Dr. Roth developed a fact sheet or a information guide to assist communications between Anglicare and families to set out the risks and the requirements associated with a family member having their consumer move out of Anglicare into their home. These matters were discussed at case meetings, and that information was, I believe, used at a later point. And at one point in the case meetings, Dr. Anita Sharma was asked to have the conversations with those families seeking to have a person move back home so that she could set out for them the risks associated with such a move. The problem was from the outset that there was misinformation and out there, and confusion, and so families perhaps were not sure who was the ultimate decision maker as to whether people could move or not. And I believe Anglicare had advised people that the public health unit was a decision maker in relation to whether they could take their person home. And in attempts to try and reset this, time in effect was lost. So the conversations around how this could be achieved did take place over an extended period of time, even though the initial inquiry about taking the person home may have occurred earlier in the outbreak.
That broad time frame that I put to you, which has been discerned from the summaries in tab 116, that is that the matter was discussed all the way into early May and that a process was only being put in place around about a month after the outbreak commenced. Does that accord with your memory of the way in which that issue was progressed?
It does. But I also recall that Dr. Roth was at the case meetings clarifying that it wasn't a illegal, or it wasn't in the absence of a public health order, there was no authority to prevent families from taking people home, but that it had to be managed in a way that provided families with full information about how this could occur that would be in the interests of the resident moving home, and that families understood what they would have to stand up in terms of a capability to support that person at home, which included things like access to medications, an understanding that they would need to isolate themselves at home for a period of 14 days, or that they had to take into account that other household members also would need to know that there was potential risks for them. So this was these were discussions about how this could be affected because there was the Commission's view was that this should be an available option for families that were seeking to do this, provided they had appropriate information to make an informed decision and they could do it safely.
Well, just turning to those last words, can they do it safely? Was there a distinction drawn from the Commission's perspective between permitting COVID-positive residents to return home as distinct from COVID-negative residents? In other words, did the COVID status of the resident affect the entitlement to be returned home from the Commission's perspective?
I don't recall conversations about COVID-positive residents being returned home. I recall conversations about COVID-negative families of residents that were testing negative that were seeking to have their person return home because of their concerns or fears that remaining in the facility would continue to expose their person, their relative, to exposure to COVID.
So this issue that was being discussed about residents returning home, this was limited to those residents who were negative and who had tested negative. Is that right?
Yes, and it was specifically in relation to those who had identified or made a request, and some of that information had come to us. We had become aware of some individuals. OPAN identified that they were aware, etc. And Anglicare certainly understood that some families had made those requests. Yes.
OPAN is an acronym for Older Persons Advocacy Network, is that correct?
Yes, sorry, yes.
Just coming back to an early part of the answers on this topic that you've been giving, you mentioned that there was time was taken up while consideration was given to who had authority to make the decision. I think that's what the effect of an aspect of your answer was. Was there a debate on that subject that was going on?
I don't believe there was a debate. I believe what happened in the case meeting was that there was clarification that there was no public health order in place that could prevent it. There may have been other discussion, but it was the discussion was more in relation to, can we identify the relevant families? Can we understand how they can access information to support their decision making? And as I said before, Dr. Roth prepared some written material that could be used to inform this discussion. And at one case meeting, I recall Dr. Anita Sharma agreeing to have a conversation with a family in relation to this matter.
Was a consensus ever reached about whether any particular agency or institution had the lead responsibility on this issue?
on this issue
Yes,
specifically.
dealing with requests from family members for the return of family members to their homes.
I don't recall that discussion. No, I don't. I can say that at one point, the CEO of Anglicare, Grant Millard, asked me specifically to provide him with any information that we had about families that were seeking to relocate their person home.
In one view, removing residents from an aged care facility which is experiencing a COVID outbreak has a public health aspect to it, right? In terms of transmission, possible transmission of the virus outside of the home.
Yes.
Did that indicate that the public health authorities in New South Wales had a particular responsibility in this respect?
Certainly, there were public health representatives at case meetings, and the public health risks associated with this issue were canvassed. Yes.
But coming back to what I asked you a few questions ago about whether a consensus was reached about whether there'd be a lead agency, did matters ever progress, for example, to a point where the public health unit from the local health district or some other part of New South Wales Health would take the lead in responding to these requests, or did that never happen?
I don't recall that happened.
Do you know whether residents were able to be moved out of Newmarch House after a process was put in place? Do you know whether that actually occurred?
I recall two people were one person was set up in an apartment, was able to remain outside of Newmarch, supported in an apartment, and possibly one other person, but I just don't recall the specifics of what occurred in this space.
I'm going to return now to the email that you're looking at, tab 58, and I'll just ask for that to be put back up on the screen. Do you see there's a heading there called staffing?
Yes.
You understood that there were significant staffing problems after the outbreak due to large numbers of staff being furloughed. I assume that that was something that was made clear.
Yes.
To everyone who was involved in reviewing what was occurring. Do you see that the discussion referred to Anglicare working through the Mabel process?
Yes.
And they indicate there's some initial glitches in the way that that was unfolding. But it goes on to say that Mabel have provided 64 potential staff members Do you see that there?
Yes.
Now, Mabel was one online staff procurement facility, correct?
It's an online platform, yes.
Now, it says at the bottom of that section, I again explained the Aspen offering. This may need to be initiated tomorrow, depending on staff test results. Now, can you just explain your memory, or to set out your memory of what the Aspen offering was and what was being discussed at this meeting about the Aspen offering?
So the Aspen offering was clinical staff, RNs, and infection prevention control capability. And Anglicare did not take up this offer. It was offered multiple times from the Department of Health, and they chose not to take this up for some time, but they did at a later point. But this was an opportunity to substantially increase their clinical capability.
Do you recall that offers, and just contradict me if this is incorrect, but do you recall that offers were made in respect of Aspen staff being provided on the 14th, 15th and 17th of April?
Yes.
And that offer was ultimately accepted, but not until the 20th of April?
Yes.
Just moving back to these early 2 days, the 14th and 15th of April, do you remember any reasons being provided as to why the Aspen offer was not being taken up?
No, I don't. I don't at all. But I found it perplexing.
Do you remember precisely what it was that was being offered by the Commonwealth authorities in relation to Aspen? What was the offer?
I don't recall specifically that. It was the Department of Health's engagement with Newmarch and Anglicare, and I just don't have that detail of that offer available to me.
From the Commission's perspective, was there any good reason why the offer of Aspen-sourced staff should not have been taken up?
Not at all.
The email goes on to talk about PPE equipment. And clearly there was a discussion about assisting Newmarch to obtain further supplies of PPE.
Yes.
We'll leave the email at that point. So, in terms of the chronology, there have been these meetings on the 14th and the 15th, and then were there meetings held on the 16th of April?
Yes.
And in particular, was there a meeting in the morning that was conducted between officials from Commonwealth and New South Wales agencies? Do you know, or you're not sure?
Yes.
Were you part of that early meeting? I should say earlier meeting.
I believe so, but I'd need to rely on notes for the.
What's that document? Page. This is the heading here, is it? Yes, isn't it? I'm going to ask you to, we're going to go back to tab 57, and in particular, if you can have a look at page 2, about halfway down the page. Do you see there that there's an email from Ms. Laffin from the Commonwealth Department of Health? And then that is sent to...
Getting the document in front of me. Thank you. Yes, I do.
Tab 57, page 2. It should be up on the screen now. Do you see there's an email from Ms. Laffin to various Commonwealth officials, and again, you're included in this email. And the email starts, "This morning's meeting didn't go exactly as planned." Do you see that there?
Yes.
Now, if you can just take from me that the meeting that occurred on the 16th of April occurred at 9:45 in the morning. And if you turn over to page 3, you can see there that there is a summary note of a teleconference that was held this morning between New South Wales Health Ministry and Department of Health, being the Commonwealth Department of Health, to discuss what support Newmarch needs and also accessing hospital beds if needed.
Yes.
And various positions are put out there. Now, just have a look at that note, please.
Yes, I'm looking.
Were you present at that particular meeting, or was it a case that you were updated about it by Ms. Laffin, who was there on behalf of the department?
That's correct. I wasn't at that meeting.
Can I suggest that, I assume that because you received this email and this summary note, you would have read it.
Yes.
It appears from this document that positions were dividing about how to respond to the outbreak between the various levels of government. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
The New South Wales Health position is described as indicating that Newmarch House was getting additional resources, had strong and appropriate entry and exit screening. Staff were wearing PPE appropriately and adhering to requirements and procedures. Do you see that there?
Yes.
Reliance was placed by New South Wales Health on the geography of the aged care home in particular, a matter that I asked you about earlier, the fact that
Yes.
residents had individual rooms and bathrooms and there were individual wings. And that there were advantages with that geography. You can see that.
Yes. Yes.
And then the third point is that New South Wales was stating a preference not to decant residents into hospitals.
Object to this. It's not this witness's document. It's a summary, Your Honour can read it. It's difficult to see how this witness can elucidate anything further.
All right, well, I don't know that the question's been asked yet, but Mr. Buchan?
Well, as I understand it, Ms. Wunsch was present in party to communications and present in meetings going forward from this point in time. So I'm just seeking to elicit an aspect of the background to her participation in those meetings on behalf of the Commission and to better understand the position that the Commission was taking.
Yes, I understand. Go on, Mr. Buchan.
That term, decant residence, that refers, do you understand that to mean referring, I'll withdraw that. Did you understand that to mean moving residents out of the home and into hospitals?
Yes, I did. Yes, I do. Yep.
And what's then set out is solutions needed to be found to enable appropriate care to be provided in this facility. And reference is made here to looking at hospital in the home and in-reach palliative care if needed. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
Now, what's next set out is a position that's attributed to the Commonwealth.
Yes.
No distinction is drawn between, for example, the Commonwealth Department of Health on the one hand and the Commission, which is a Commonwealth organisation, on the other, right?
Yes.
Just looking at the position that's attributed to the Commonwealth, which was keen to understand whether hospital beds could be used for residents of Newmarch to ensure appropriate care was being provided.
Yes.
Second point is, after having received information that positive residents are spread across the three wings of the facility, there was acknowledgement that cohorting residents within the facility may be difficult. Do you see that there?
Yes.
And thirdly, a view specifically attributed to the Commission. The Commission has assessed that it may be appropriate to decant positive residents from the facility. Preference would be to locate decanted residents together. You see
Yes.
that? Right.
Yep.
Now, starting with the view that's attributed directly to the Commission, what exactly is meant by those words? Preference would be to locate decanted residents together. Do you know what the Commission's position was at that time?
That there would be a single facility identified to receive the residents that would be moved from the positive residents that would be removed from the facility.
Moving to the earlier 2 points under the heading Commonwealth, in particular the first point, was that a matter that was only of interest to the Commonwealth Department of Health or also to the Commission?
To the Commission, to both of us, to the Department of Health and the Commission.
All right. And the second point refers to difficulties with cohorting because of the spread of the infection across three wings of the facility. But did it remain the position of the Commission that cohorting is something that should be prioritised?
Yes, the Commission always maintained that cohorting was critical to an effective response. In bullet point number 2, it's the combination of the spread across the three wings of the facility and the because the facility is almost full, it only had 5 beds vacant to start with, that separations were difficult to achieve, but we still, throughout the outbreak, maintained that separation would provide the best protection for people who remained negative, even though we acknowledged that this was difficult within this facility for the reasons stated.
Note the time, Your Honour. It's 11:36.
Yes,
The convenient time.
it is. Ms. Wunsch, it's the coroner speaking again. We're going to have to take a break for morning tea now, and then we'll return to your evidence following that break.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll resume at 12:10, and like yesterday, we might continue until about 1:15 for the lunch break, unless that causes any difficulties for anyone. No. All right. Thank you. We'll adjourn. Yes, Mr. Buchan.
Thank you. Ms Wunsch, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Just before I take up what was occurring on the 16th of April, do you recall at an early part of the evidence you indicated that one of the concerns that the Commission had in the early stages of the pandemic outbreak was foreseeable staff shortages in aged care facilities as a result of staff testing positive or needing to isolate?
Yes.
And you indicated in an answer that you gave facilities your best estimate, but you now know that that estimate was exceeded in terms of the gravity of the staff shortage problem, right?
Yes.
In particular, is it the case that the Commission in March sent a questionnaire to various aged care facilities and providers to test or to self-test their preparedness for a COVID outbreak?
That's correct. It was a survey, yes.
And in that survey, facilities were enjoined to cater for a 20 to 30% shortfall in staff during an outbreak.
That's correct.
And that position was based on the CDNA guidelines that have been published
Yes.
that year. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's the estimate that you're referring to when you said you gave your best estimate, but you know that effectively that estimate was inadequate in the circumstances.
Yes.
Right, and that document is found, Your Honour, in volume 27, tab 7 of the brief.
Thank you.
The survey. Can I come back to the 16th of April? And I was asking you to look at this email in tab 57, if that could be brought back up again, please, page 2. Ms Laffin was informing you and your colleagues about the morning's meeting with New South Wales officials, and she describes in her email that the meeting didn't go exactly as planned. See that?
Yes, I do.
And then she indicates that she started by charging ahead on the need for decanting access to hospitals. New South Wales made it clear they thought decanting was a bad idea.
Yes.
See that there? So
Yes, I do.
Ms Lavin was communicating to you what appeared to be a difference of opinion in terms of the approach that should be taken.
Yes.
Now, before you went into, you participated in the meeting on the 16th of April, correct?
The case meeting, yes, not
Yes,
the
the
meeting.
case meeting.
Yes.
Sorry, I should have been more specific. I'm talking about the meeting that occurred later that day, the case meeting at noon.
Yes.
Prior to participating in that meeting, did the Commissioner, Ms Anderson, send this email around to you that can be found at page 1, bottom half of the page?
Yes.
All right. The timestamp is 11:13.
Yes.
Did you read the email before you went into the case management meeting later that day?
I'm not sure if I did, but yeah, I couldn't be sure that I had read it, but I understood the sentiments expressed in it, and I was aware of those sentiments.
one has to approach the sentiments expressed here with care, firstly for the reason that the Commissioner points out in her own correspondence, which is, in those words, this is just a comment, I'm very conscious of the risk of over-reading in a position in this dynamic environment. You see those opening words?
Yes.
And secondly, of course, you hadn't yet participated in the meeting later that day in which there would be discussion about these issues and the various participants would have opportunity to more fully outline their respective positions.
Yes.
Right? But just looking at the concern that was raised by the Commissioner at that time, she says we must be vigilant in calling out the elephant in the room. If ever we sense it might be present, to be clearer, if there is a view sitting behind the New South Wales health position that aged care residents with COVID should always be cared for in situ and should not be transferred to a hospital in any circumstances, then we must call this out as an intolerable and unsupportable assumption. Firstly, that's strong language, isn't it?
Yes.
And
I can say that it was a very, it's consistent with the Commission, the broader Commission's view that all residents of New South Wales should have the same access to hospital admission on the basis of need, and that should be as available to a person who was a current resident of an aged care service.
the Commissioner then went on to note further matters. First of all, there's reference to the private hospital NPA. Is that an agreement that she was referring to?
Yes, I believe so.
And did that agreement, was that intended to make private hospitals available to care for vulnerable people?
Yes.
So was that being raised as a potential option to be explored?
Absolutely, yes.
The second point that she raises are concerns about the impact on the physical, mental and emotional health and well-being of virus-negative residents because of the effects of self-isolation and extensive PPE use, etc.
Yes.
And I think you gave evidence before when talking about the Commission's position that there was a concern about negative residents in the home as well as the positive residents.
Yes, our concern was about all residents, regardless of their or irrespective of their COVID status, that the impact of an outbreak was detrimental to them.
Thirdly, there's a reference to the overseas experience that you knew about, in particular from the UK.
Yep. Yes.
And in that context, reference to cohorting being used as one of the strategies to reduce the risk of transmission.
Yes.
In the aged care home sector. And then the last point sets out a position, it appears. If the private hospital option is unavailable to us, we will immediately explore an alternative aged care facility as a cohorting quarantining option.
Yes.
So does that refer to that process of decanting residents out of the home into a separate facility?
Yes, it does.
And that's something to be looked at in the event that there wasn't capacity in a private hospital to take residents.
Yes.
Did you understand this as referring to COVID positive residents or COVID negative residents?
Well, in this instance, if I'm talking to point number 4 in the email, if you're referring to point number 4, we had sought to understand, following the Dorothy Henderson Lodge outbreak, facilities that would make wings or rooms available to support residents from an outbreak impacted facility. We had more broadly canvassed the sector in New South Wales initially to see what would be available, but we contemplated that this would need to be a strategy that was used into 2020 with the pandemic increasing across the country. In New South Wales, and specifically in the region where Newmarch was located, we ran what was, the Department of Health assisted us because they had access to the data to run what's called a proximity report and identify facilities within a 10 to 20 kilometre radius that had vacant beds, vacant wings, new facilities or new additions that were not occupied, and we made contact with those providers to understand their availability and interest, and the conversation with them was in relation to both positives and negatives, and the responses were specific to what those providers were willing and available to assist with.
Is it correct to say that those options that you've just referred to did not ultimately eventuate?
Yes, that's correct.
In the Newmarch House context?
That's correct.
What transpired, can I suggest, is that there were regular, that is daily meetings conducted amongst senior officials from the Commonwealth, from New South Wales, as well as representatives of Anglicare, right?
Yes.
And the records that we have of those meetings indicate that various positions were put and discussed and turned over in those meetings.
Yes.
But ultimately, the position that carried the day was the position being advocated by New South Wales Health.
That's correct.
And that is a hospital in the home approach, with services being provided by a virtual aged care service.
Yes.
But this email that we've been looking at, does that provide us with insight into what the Commission's view was in going into these meetings?
Yes.
Now, do you recall, turning now specifically to the case management meeting that was held at 12 o'clock, do you remember whether representatives of the Commission or the Commonwealth advocated the views that we see in this email in that meeting?
Yes, I do. We did.
All right. And I'm just going to ask you, before I take you to some notes of the meeting, I'll ask about your memory at this stage first. How strong is your memory of that particular meeting?
I believe that we raised the issues in relation to the overseas experience, the need for cohorting, the opportunity that could be explored with a private hospital to take positives, alternatively opportunities that could be explored for, and I think we talked about negatives moving to other aged care facilities from memory, but certainly both the notion of decanting positives and I don't like this term, but I know that it was in use then, the notion of moving positive residents off-site and moving negative residents off-site was explored.
And in terms of your memory, what was the response that those proposals received?
That the risks associated with either option were too great because there would be community transmission associated with the infection being, in a sense, uncontained when either positives or negatives were moved from Newmarch. That the risk would go to the hospital, or the risks would go to the aged care service. And my memory is that the discussion about negative residents that were then negative, testing negative, was that they still potentially were incubating the virus or could potentially be positive, and that the risks were too great. That the service itself presented as a positive opportunity to contain the virus, contain the outbreak, because it was single rooms and en-suites, and that was the preferred model, and that the service could provide what was needed for residents within the Newmarch facility.
Did those matters that were raised in response to the Commission's position or the Commonwealth's position, did they cause at least you and your colleagues at the Commission to relinquish your views?
No, not at all.
Views?
No.
And why not, can I ask? Why was it that you maintained the views that you went into the meeting with about the advantages of cohorting, decanting, I take what you say about that being an unattractive word, hospitalisation? Why weren't those views relinquished?
They weren't relinquished because we did not see how separation could be achieved at the Newmarch facility. And we were also becoming more aware of our concerns in relation to Anglicare's management of this outbreak, because of the difficulties that Anglicare themselves were discussing in relation to recruiting and maintaining sufficient staff, managing the complex operating environment, having families and others contacting them, not being able to respond to multiple issues, but fundamentally the position was maintained because Dr. Roth and I, were advocating that it was in the best interests of all residents if there was a movement of one group or the other to relieve pressure and to optimise the outcomes for all residents. But there was a growing index of concern about the outbreak and how it was being managed.
Now, were those matters that you've just summarised in your answer, and there are a number of them, were these matters that the Commission articulated in the meetings that progressed from this point in time?
Yes, they were subject to daily conversations at case meetings and with other meetings that we had with Anglicare And yes.
I ask that tab 124 of volume 20 be displayed, please. And starting at page 2. Can you see that document?
Yes.
That's not your document. I should make that clear. This is a document that was a summary document that was created by a member of the New South Wales Ministry of Health.
Yes.
But you can see there that from the heading, this is a summary of the meeting between Anglicare Commonwealth and the Nepean Blue Mountain Local Health District that was conducted at 12 noon.
Yes.
And in terms of the attendees, the first two mentioned there are Melanie Roth, that's the clinical advisor to the Commission, correct?
Yes, Chief Clinical Advisor, yes.
And then your name is misspelt. You've been given the surname of a Norwegian artist, but
Yes.
I expect
That is often the case. Yeah.
Right. Well, there are worse people to be named after. So you were representing effectively the Commission with Dr. Roth at this meeting?
Yes.
And then there were other persons present who are mentioned there, and they include from Anglicare Mr. Pretorius, Gavin Pretorius, David Goodhue and Erica Roy.
Yes.
And then Dr. Branley was one of the representatives of the Nepean Local Health District.
Yes.
Just moving down, halfway down the page, you can see there that there is a dot point that says James provided overview of the hospital of the HIF model. Do you see that?
Yes.
And James, that's a reference to Branley.
Mm-hmm.
And you understand that HIF is an acronym for Hospital in the Home, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember Dr. Branley providing more detailed information about what the New South Wales proposal was in terms of hospital in the home at the meeting?
I recall he may have made some other comments, but I think that does summarise the what he was saying in relation to what it would offer.
Then if we turn over the page to the third page, up near the top there, second dot point says discussion on decanting.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a summary given of Dr. Branley's advice.
Mm-hmm.
And his view at that time was that providing care in situ would reduce the spread of the virus.
Yes.
And there's a reference to patients being in single rooms.
Yes.
And the need to actively test patients frequently.
Yes.
Now, what then followed is, it appears from this note, there was an opportunity for Dr. Roth and yourself to state your positions.
Yes.
It says they advocated for decanting. So this is someone who was present from New South Wales summarising the position that you were taking.
Yes.
But you'd agree with that.
Yes.
And there are 3 points that are set out there. Need to avoid what happening overseas, high number of deaths.
Yes.
That's consistent with your memory that you outlined before about discussing the overseas issue and lessons to be learned from there. The second point, could private hospital agreement be utilised for decanting? So you were specifically raising that option, correct?
Yes.
And thirdly, concern about deconditioning of the negative clients.
Yes.
And that also is consistent with an aspect of your memory, that is that you're concerned about the effect on other residents of the facility of being in isolation, correct?
Correct.
In particular, does this indicate that you were worried about those negative residents, their health deteriorating because of the conditions in which they were placed in the home?
Yes, and that their access to care would be and was already compromised by the period they had been in isolation or lockdown, their emotional well-being, their clinical and other care needs in the context of a complex operating environment and very challenging conditions that were already apparent. Yes.
Now,
deconditioning was also an issue that we had understood through our international networks, that was a huge risk.
I'm not purporting to summarise this entire note or to take you to every aspect of it, because we have the note in evidence, but I've drawn your attention to an aspect of New South Wales Health's position and an aspect of your position. So, in fairness, I should also draw attention to what Mr. Pretorius was saying. You can see 2 dot points down, Gavin, that's Gavin Pretorius from Anglicare, moving residents to Rooty Hill as an option, right? So that was discussed or raised. Concern about risk of spread to Rooty Hill, he raised that problem. And he also indicated that moving within the home is not easy. Actual cleaning logistics is difficult, 4 or 5 empty rooms. So that would indicate, would it not, there was a discussion about the difficulties involved in internal cohorting of residents. And do you remember Mr. Pretorius speaking to those issues at the meeting?
Yes.
Now, can I ask that a different document be displayed? It's tab 56 of volume 20. You should see now on your screen a document entitled Anglicare Newmarch House. Do you see that?
Yes.
And the meeting date is next to the bold heading, meeting date 16 April 2020, 12 p.m.
Yep.
These are notes that were taken by someone from the Commonwealth Department of Health. I just want you to accept that. Okay? So these aren't your notes. Again, these are notes taken from the Commonwealth side of the same meeting. Can I ask you just to go down to the second, to the first point? We can see that a comment is, or information is attributed to Dr. Brandley, 10 staff and 20 residents straight from the lab. Do you remember that Dr. Brandley was providing updated numbers in terms of the positive test results?
From time to time, yes, he was.
Here, there's a note taken, some more detailed notes of comments that are attributed, first of all, to Melanie. Melanie is Dr. Melanie Roth, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Helpful approach to protect those from becoming positive. And a cohorting approach would be useful. Removing the negative people is one option, but there are difficulties in caring for a large number of people who are frail. acknowledge the problems, try to look at potential solutions that make sense and try and save lives.
Yes.
Do you remember Dr. Roth talking about general approaches that could be taken, acknowledging that these weren't simple approaches?
Yes.
But with the focus being on trying to find solutions and to try and save lives.
Yes, I do.
Dr. Branley is then, and a comment is attributed to him, that this was not an index case spreading to the next case. Number of staff member areas effectively asymptomatic. We've front-loaded the diagnosis, have had an aggressive testing approach that has revealed the problem earlier than the Department of Health, still identifying the extent of the problem. See that?
Yes.
Sorry?
I think that might be Dorothy Henderson, I'm not sure.
It may be. Well, you might be able to clarify this. It says problem earlier than DOH. I just assumed that was Department of Health. But do you remember what was said there?
Look, I don't, but it doesn't kind of make sense. And when I read that, I thought it might have meant Dorothy Henderson Lodge.
Well, that may well be right. Do you recall that being said?
Look, I don't recall it. I'm just trying to make sense of it now.
Right. Then the next comment again, Melanie Roth, risk of ongoing exposure of people who are still negative. And knowing that even a really robust and proactive public health intervention has been able to prevent infections in other facilities. Now, are you able to add anything further to what the note records in respect of what Dr. Roth was saying there?
No, I don't really. I can't link the first part of that sentence with the second part of the sentence in terms of my recollection.
You then are recorded as saying something about private hospitals envisaged looking at this groups could be a way to manage those positive and negative separately, want to avoid deconditioning that of those that are isolated for a significant period of time.
Yes.
So it appears from that you raised the issue of private hospitals.
Yes.
Separation of positive and negative cases.
Yes.
And consideration being given to avoiding the deconditioning of residents who are isolated for significant periods of time.
Yes.
Now, if you can just go to the next page, please. Page 2. About 4 paragraphs down, there's a conversation attributed to Dr. Branley, James. You see that there? Advice against decanting the residents. Right, so clearly what was happening here is that New South Wales Health was providing reasons why they thought decanting was not a good idea.
Yes.
And some of that information is summarised here about Newmarch being an advantageous facility from an infection control point of view, single rooms, in lockdown for quite some time. He said something about the staff complement. In the staff explains the numbers. And then there were concerns about people being in the locked dementia ward who would be difficult to move around.
Yes.
Referred to not so much a spread between, but a spread within. You remember Dr. Branley saying something along those lines?
Yeah, not in those specific words, but the sentiments, absolutely, yes.
And then wouldn't support moving patients. But could we move, sorry, I missed something there, wouldn't support moving positive patients, but could we move negatives from the facility and then, but the chances of them becoming positive is high over the course of the first week. You see that there?
Yes,
So,
I recall that.
was it the case that Dr. Brownlee was talking through the options of moving patients, outright opposition to moving positive patients, consideration being given to moving negative patients, but indicating that there was a problem because of the chance that they'd become positive over the ensuing week?
Yes.
Now, what then ensues in the notes is an exchange between Dr. Roth and Dr. Brownlee about this issue.
Yes.
And in summary, just looking at that, is it the case that Dr. Brownlee was raising the risk of disseminating the virus?
Yes.
Whereas Dr. Roth was talking about the advantages of moving residents to a quarantine situation.
That's correct.
And it says under her name, best way forward is to remove people who may be negative. And there's a summary under that, benefits of that.
Yes.
Just moving to the bottom of page 2, and again, I'm not purporting to go through the entire note, but James Brownlee is recorded as talking about the risks of secondary spread if people are moved into private hospitals. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do. Yep.
Do you remember Dr. Brownlee opposing that option at the meeting?
Yes. Yes, I do.
He then advocated for aggressive testing to manage the spread of the infection.
Yes.
And Mr. Pretorius from Anglicare said this, would help with the families knowing that their loved one is in a hospital, also an advantage to their level of care. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
You remember Mr. Pretorius from Anglicare saying something along those lines?
Yes, I do.
Do you read that as a reference to the benefits of loved ones being sent to hospital?
Yes, I do. And I understand his comment in the context of the difficulty that they were experiencing. I think that was a genuine effort on his part to look to a solution because they were in difficulty.
Now, if I just go to the top of the next page. Well, just before I leave that, there's a sentence and a note that's a fragment at the very bottom of page 2. It seems to be Mr. Pretorius and also reassuring for the people left in the... Yes, and do you remember what was being discussed at that point?
I think that was about the anxiety of the people in the home about the outbreak and the numbers of people that were testing positive and families also being very stressed about their person who was negative still in the home and what the trajectory was for them.
At the top of the next page, Dr. Brownlee's made comments to the effect that that currently admissions to hospital in the home on an outreach basis, to which Mr Pretorius replied that the staff from Mabel are generally RNs and carers from an aged care setting. And then there's another fragment, can't offer a... do you have any recollection of what was said at that point?
No, I don't.
Couldn't be offered?
No.
And then Dr Brandley went on to speak further about the hospital. It says HIDS model, but it can be safely assumed, can't it, that's a reference to the HITH model.
Yes.
In situ model of care to Newmarch.
Yes.
And information was there provided by Dr Brandley about that model.
Yes.
And that indicated that there was a very high mortality rate in the case of placing people, intubating people and ventilating them in that way.
Yes.
And that there were active discussions going on about what the response would look like, good palliative care, aged care model, virtual aged care service, CMO, which probably stands for Career Medical Officer, and nurse practitioner will deliver care, have hospital in the home, ring each day for vitals, 2 or 3 calls if unstable, make decisions about oxygen, palliative care, who can manage end of life, etc. So what appeared to be happening there was Dr Brandley was providing information about how the hospital in the home model would function.
Yes.
And the level of service delivery that he anticipated. Is that how you took those comments?
Yes, I did. Yes.
He also, again, returned to the theme of patients being in single rooms and being tested frequently.
Yes.
Noting, same proposal as DHL, those people dramatically deconditioned to the point of questioning about quality of life for people cared in isolation for 3 to 5 weeks. Do you remember something being said by Dr Brandley about deconditioning?
Look, I don't remember him saying that. It would appear from this document that they were his comments, but I don't recall him saying that, no.
Dr Roth is then referred to as wanting it on the record. Do you remember Dr Roth saying, I want a position placed on the record?
Yes, I do.
Agree that the testing is different, but don't agree that model proposed is protecting people from further spread and weeks of isolation.
Yes.
And that reflects the evidence that you gave earlier from memory, if I might say so, about concerns held and expressed about the fact that this particular approach or model wouldn't contain the spread from your perspective.
Yes.
Ms Roy then said something about addressing the problem of deconditioning isolated residents.
Yes.
Referring to a focus on additional resources in managing these people in their rooms.
Yes.
Physical activity, nutritional intake and well-being. Once again, it appears that there was conversation about negatives going to a private hospital as another option, just scanning down through the note.
Yes.
And Dr Bramley responded to that maybe a selected group could be removed, decanting some that we're confident are negative, 3 swabs negative and decant, but would be isolated in a single room in case they become positive. Now, do you recall Dr. Brandley indicating, look, decanting of negative residents, and again, that's an unfortunate word, but that's what's being used in the note, is something that maybe could occur, but you'd want to have 3 negative swabs first before you decant it.
That's right.
And isolate them in the meantime so as to ensure that they were true negatives.
Yes.
And that, did you understand that as related to his overarching concern about spread of the illness outside of the home?
Yes, and that, you know, if they were decanted, they'd need to still be isolated anyway. It was like, well, they'll get isolated 14 days anyway if they're decanted. But yes, it was all in the context of this as an option, yes.
Now, what I want to do is take you over the page. The last attribution at the bottom of page 3 is to Dr. Brandley, where a comment was made about the number of staff means highly contaminated environment. You see that there?
Yes.
There's then a series of comments about infection control, that subject. So, for example, should do a misting of the environment, lots of soft furnishings, need to declutter the facility, strip back. Do you remember that it was Dr. Brandley who was talking about those things?
Absolutely. I remember his exact words about declutter and strip the place back. Yes.
Now, there's then this statement. Can we look at health-related solution for person in Wentworth Heights? Now, Wentworth Heights was the high dependency section of Newmarch House, correct?
Yep.
Need to identify the individual that is positive and look, can he be removed? We'll get that reviewed and come back with the most suitable, etc. Right, do you see that there?
Yes.
So there was specific attention given in the meeting to the problem of positive cases in the high dependency unit because of the problems that posed.
That's right.
And what's then written is this: for the record, best thing would be to remove that person and cared for in a hospital. May need gentle sedation. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember Dr. Brandley saying something along those lines?
No, that was Dr. Rose.
Coming to the end of this...
I believe that statement was made by Dr. Rose.
Okay. Just moving down to halfway down the page, you can see that Gavin, that's Gavin Pretorius from Anglicare, says, wants clear written instructions. What to do with Wentworth Heights person, really clear direction. Do you see that there?
Yes, I
do.
do.
You remember Mr. Pretorius asking for clear directions in the meeting?
Yes, I do. And I understand that was because there was a level of tension in this discussion about what would be in the best interests of the person in Wentworth Heights. And that level of tension was in relation to a difference of opinion being expressed by Dr. Brandley and Dr. Rose about how to deal with the Wentworth Heights problem, which was what we understood to be one person who was positive, and that there was a potential for that area to become a negative area if that person was located elsewhere and it would protect the other residents in that area who had not tested positive.
And then it appears that Dr. Roth again put her view on the record, as it were. Next to her name is, the words are recorded, hospital-only solution.
Yes.
Can I just take you down to the bottom of that page? There's a comment that's attributed to you. If you could just read that to yourself and then over to page 5. It's from the bottom of page 4 where it says Anne through to the top of page 5.
Yes.
You read that?
Yes.
And just what's your recollection with the assistance of that note of what you were saying at that point in the meeting?
That a person from Dorothy Henderson Lodge who was positive was transferred to hospital, and that was used as a strategy to reduce the spread of COVID-19 in that facility.
Right, and then the comment goes on, Commonwealth, there are 2 positions here.
Yes.
Commonwealth has put in place private hospital agreement that contemplated being a part solution. There may be other solutions being considered involving the movement of negatives, need to understand the available options. Cohorting in the service needs to be placed sooner rather than later. So
yes,
you just want to expand on those comments, please.
That the that I wanted all options explored in terms of opportunities to minimise the spread of the virus, which included moving positives, moving negatives, or other options, all options to be explored. But people had to be separated as a matter of urgency sooner rather than later, that this was urgent.
And then after those making those comments, is it the case that Dr. Branley ultimately restated the position in summary form that New South Wales Health was taking?
Yes.
That referred to aggressive testing, establishment of, it says FHIS model there.
Yep.
Challenge of Wentworth Heights. There's reference to Ms. Dempsey from the Clinical Excellence Commission on Infection Control, the possibility of decanting early next week, and then the need to establish a plan of action.
Yes.
To support ongoing decision making.
Yes.
And there was a reference to further discussions each day. Is that right?
Yes.
That's, of course, what occurred.
Yes.
Is that a convenient time, Your Honour? Or did Your Honour say that you wanted to go to 1:15?
Yes, if that's suitable. Otherwise, we can break now.
No, we can use the time.
All right, thank you.
Now, I've finished with that document. Tab 76 of volume 20, please be displayed. This is a 14-page set of handwritten notes that are your handwritten notes of the meetings going forward in time from the 17th of April, right?
Yes, they were my aid memoir notes that I wrote about what I understood were the various positions, etc. Yep.
And in your statement, you explain the circumstances in which you created these notes. That they're not strictly contemporaneous, correct? That's
correct.
But they were made within a fairly short time after the meetings.
That's correct.
And they became what you describe as your consolidated notes.
Yes.
I'm going to just ask you about a few aspects of these notes, just for the sake of clarification and expansion. Starting on page 2, near the bottom of the page, this is 17 April. It says here, families have stated that they want to see their relatives that are dying. They are warned that they will die alone. Do you remember that? Do you remember that being... Sorry?
They're worried that they will die alone, yep.
Worried?
Yep.
What did I say? You're absolutely correct, I'm sorry. Do you remember that being raised?
Yes.
And do you remember who it was that raised that particular concern in a meeting?
Sorry, can I clarify that question again? You're asking me, was I aware who raised that?
In a meeting.
Yeah, I raised that issue. This is me talking about my statements. I think it is.
That's just, all right.
But
are these, is this a summary of things that, sorry?
I can't be 100% sure that is my comment or whether it was made by someone from Anglicare, but I think that is my comment.
But in any event, that is a concern that was raised in
Absolutely.
a meeting on the 17th of April, for example.
Yes.
Over the page 3, after the first paragraph, it says this: Commission asked, is there an outbreak plan? Is there a management plan for this outbreak?
Yes.
Brad advises that the PHU would help.
Yes.
What's your memory of that, of an exchange that picked up in that note?
So Anglicare, for all of its services, was required to have an outbreak plan in place, but the actual document that existed at the beginning of the outbreak was not a fit-for-purpose document that could direct or translate actions that needed to take place in response to this outbreak. My concern there was that we didn't have a plan that we were following, that there was daily meetings and actions, but it was ad hoc. And I asked if we could have a plan. I didn't expect that the public health unit would stand up a plan, but Dr. Brad Forsman said, look after that, or I'll coordinate that. And that's what he did.
Can we now go to the next page, page 4? And near the bottom of the page, about 2/3 down, it says this: Erica Roy asked the meeting, and I'll give you the date reference, you can see it's 20 April. Erica Roy asked the meeting, is there a plan, an outbreak management plan?
Yes.
Now, this time the question is attributed to Ms. Roy from Anglicare.
Yes.
Do you have a recollection of what was occurring at this point in time?
I do. It was, I think she genuinely was asking, is there a plan? I recall writing this note because I was surprised that the approved provider was asking, is there a plan, when as they were accountable for managing the service and the outbreak, that they would have a plan. If they didn't have a plan, I'm surprised they'd asked for one. It was, it just suggested to me that they were not assuming control or governance of what was occurring.
Moving directly to the next point, it says this: discussion about whether a resident, and the name has been redacted, correct?
Yes.
who is in hospital should remain or return to the service.
Yes.
So do you recall that there was an issue raised in the meetings about a particular resident who was hospitalised during the outbreak and treated in hospital, whether they should be returned to the facility?
Yes, I recall the resident specifically, and he was COVID negative. He had a clinical event that required hospitalisation. He was admitted to Nepean, and then when he no longer needed hospital care, the issue came up about him transferring back to the service. Dr. Roth at this point said, are you saying that this is a safe environment for this person to return to? And she was, seriously concerned that a person who had left the service would come back in to an outbreak situation. And their response, and I know it's redacted. It was redacted probably because of the Royal Commission. This is a Royal Commission document, but it was Dr. Anita Sharma who said no. Newmarch is an unsafe environment. Residents should stay in hospital, and that's what occurred.
How confident are you that it was Dr. Sharma who said that?
Really confident.
So the view was taken that the view was expressed by Dr. Sharma, was it, that this resident should not be returned to Newmarch home because it was an unsafe environment?
Yep. So in response to Dr. Roth's question, though, it wasn't she didn't volunteer this as a statement she was making without prompting. And I should say that these were teleconferences and we couldn't see people's faces, but there were only 2 or 3 women from Nepean who were part of those case meetings, and I'm pretty confident it was Dr. Anita Sharma who made that statement.
Your Honour, is that a convenient time? I won't finish these notes in the next couple of minutes. So.
Yes. Ms. Wunsch, it's the coroner speaking again. We're going to have to break for lunch now, and then we'll continue your evidence following that.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll resume at 2:15. Mr. Buchan.
And Ms. Wunsch, can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can.
Thank you. There's one note. I'm going to ask that tab 76 be brought back up onto the screen, please. There is a note at the bottom of page 3 that I just want to go back to. It says at the bottom there, after discussing the spread of positive cases throughout the facility, some families have responded to the advanced care directive discussion with anger. Do you have any recollection, first of all, as to what was said in this respect and who said it?
I don't recall that. I don't recall who said it. And I don't recall the discussion.
All right, so not able to shed any light on that particular note?
No, I'm not.
We now move forward to page 5, top of page 5. We're still on the 20th of April, which is what I was questioning you about before the break. You see there near the top of the page, 3 lines down, Commissioner asked but cannot establish where the new positives are located or how many have tested positive in each location. Now,
Yes, I can respond to that.
okay, what's your recollection of the context of that statement?
Yep, it was commission, not commissioner, and it was just my reference to a question asked by myself or by Melanie Roth. I'm not sure. It's probably me asking. And this was part of an ongoing question throughout the outbreak to that date and post that date, where we were not provided with updated floor plans. The first floor plan I believe we got was on the 19th, the day before, but as cases were coming through, we couldn't understand where the positive cases or the newly tested positive cases were located, and the version of the plan that we got on the 19th, the first version, was very rough, and it just had a text, a scratched out box which would indicate a room, but we couldn't really make sense of who the individuals were or what the risks associated with these new infections were in terms of proximity to other residents.
Can I now move to page 6? This is on a similar theme. Second paragraph or so down, about 5-6 lines down, it says, Anne W. asked question about who was positive and where were they located. This discussion was shut down. Now, I think you've explained the context in which you're asking about who was positive and where they were located. But why have you written there, this discussion was shut down?
I wrote that because this was a constant question that I was asking or Melanie Roth was asking, and the participants in the case meeting, I believe, were conscious of that Anglicare was not able to contribute to the meeting with information about what was happening on the ground and update the meeting each day. And it was shut down. The reason I say it was shut down, in other words, let's move on, or the comment was made because I was aware that the participants in the meeting were not exploring the issue, but simply wanting to move on. Whereas for me, it was critical to our understanding of what was occurring at the site.
Can I now move down to the bottom of page 6? There's a statement at the bottom there, welfare agenda item. Is that what that says?
Yes.
No one on the call from Newmarch was able to report on this. They asked, what does welfare mean? Nutrition, exercise, and mental health. Do you remember what the context of that note was?
Yes. So this was a. So they were asked at the meeting. Okay. So welfare. What update do you have to provide in relation to resident welfare? And they asked the question, what does welfare mean? The representative from Newmarch asked that question.
I see.
In other words, they were not able to understand what was being asked of them, or what they would or should be providing by way of information about this welfare issue at Newmarch.
Moving further down, this is page 7. About 2/3 of the way down, we're at the 20th of April still. It says this, today there was a meltdown. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
And what does that refer to?
And I think James Branley made this comment, or it may have been someone from Anglicare, but it was in effect the comment that described what happened at the service when staff did not appear as was expected for the roster, and there were significant numbers of staff that were not available to work. And this was described in terms of potentially a significant additional breach of infection prevention and control at the service on that date due to insufficient staffing to provide for all residents at the facility.
We move down now to page 10. About halfway down the page, it says this, and just to give you the date, it's the 22nd of April. Anne W. asked, who is the facility manager? Anglicare said that they are unable to answer the question. What was the context of that particular note?
This was an ongoing question to Anglicare that started on the 14th of April and it was usually followed by a request for the org chart that would give reporting lines for Newmarch and an explanation of who was leading the outbreak response from Anglicare on site at the service and or who was the facility manager. The reference to Melinda Burns was repeated from a previous comment made by Anglicare that she was offline or in a communications role, but we were unable to establish who or what the arrangements were for the management of the facility, other than that they had said they would or were putting in place 2 people to work in a 3 days on basis to cover the 5-day week of Monday to Friday.
When you say that it was a continuing, your words were a continuing issue.
Yes.
Does that mean that you'd been seeking this information for some time? Or that
Yes.
there'd been multiple requests or something along those lines?
Yes, regularly at meetings with Anglicare and with in-case meetings to identify the management structure at Newmarch and the reporting lines up to the CEO from Newmarch.
Just moving further down the page, there's a reference to Grant Millard asking if Lisa P, that would be Peterson, I take it,
Yes.
can talk about GPs. And then it says this, Gavin Pretorius said that he can't contribute as he is not close enough to the action and does not know what is happening in detail. Do you remember what that conversation concerned?
Yes, there was a family Zoom meeting that was to be held that night or the next night, and the topics for that family Zoom meeting were to be were being determined or discussed, and I wrote that note because I was shocked and concerned that the person who had been providing us information in relation to the outbreak, at that point it was Gavin Pretorius, he was the most consistent informant to these meetings, said he wouldn't be able to talk about an issue because he's not aware of what's happening in detail. So my note references the concerns that I had that the informant to the Commission from Anglicare, the representative from Anglicare who was providing information to our meetings, said he wasn't close enough to be able to discuss GPs or access to GPs.
Right. What did you understand close, what did you take from those words, close enough to the action?
I understood that to mean that he was not physically present at the site, and he was not physically present there.
Okay, page 12, please. This is still on the, this is the 23rd of April, the following day. There's a note here, halfway down the page. Every family that has asked the question, can I take my family member home, must be given the facts.
Yes.
Can you explain what the context is of that particular entry?
That I was saying there that based on what had occurred to date, that is the confusion around whether it was illegal to take a person home, whether there was permission that must be obtained from a particular authority, had to be clarified for every family so that that had asked the question, that they had the accurate facts about what they could do and how it could be achieved, including the information to provide them the basis to make an informed decision.
Do you know whether that occurred subsequently? Were you told that the facts had been provided to the families in respect of that issue?
No, I don't know that had occurred subsequently. I do know that we continue to discuss this issue, and we continue to understand concerns raised by families, but it was difficult to identify the individual families. I believe that a number of stakeholders had been approached by various people to seek advice on how they could take their person home. But I do not believe that throughout this outbreak that there was absolute clarity provided to each person who had asked the question. From memory, this matter was discussed in family meetings. I can't say hand on heart that I know that everybody who asked the question was provided with the facts, though.
Can you now turn to page 13, please?
Yes.
Now, one thing that comes through the notes that we have, or the email summaries of the ongoing meetings, was that there was the morbid updating of the number of deaths and expectations in respect of future deaths. Now, this is this is still on the 23rd of April. We can see there a paragraph down, about 5 lines down, it says is expected to have up to 10 people die in the next 5 days.
Yes.
50% mortality rate.
Yes.
Do you remember who said that?
I think it was Dr. Branley. I believe it was. I can't be sure.
But does that note indicate that clearly it was in contemplation as at 23 April that the number of deaths would continue to climb?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
And
yes.
significantly so.
Yes.
Did that prompt any particular response from your organisation? Sorry, you speak.
The cumulative picture, including an inability to get clarity around who was managing the outbreak and the difficulties that were just accumulating here and just becoming more critical, led us to make contact with the Commission. I made contact with Baptist Care. I'm not sure if I spoke to the chairman, Roslow, first, or whether I spoke to Alan Waters first. I possibly rang Alan Waters first from Baptist Care and then was engaged in a conversation with him and Roslow to request that they provide a team to Newmarch to stand up a capability to manage the home and the outbreak, reporting to Grant Millard. I identified Melanie Dix from Baptist Care, whom I had known over the previous 10 years or so, 15 years professionally, and also identified her as one of the senior staff members from Baptist Care that was involved in the management of the Dorothy Henderson Lodge outbreak. I also asked for the team to include a facility manager. So the 3 positions that we identified for this team were a facility manager, a chief clinical lead or a clinical lead, and a person to lead the 3-person team, Melanie Dix, who would liaise with the relevant authorities, health services, the Commonwealth and the Commission. And that was put to, so Baptist Care agreed to do this on a sector support basis, fee-for-service basis, Grant Millard was contacted by the Commissioner to discuss this. It was put to Mr. Millard that this would be a requirement, and correspondence from the Commission set that out to him. And it was an administrative direction from the Commissioner that he take this team from Baptist Care to stand up an improved outbreak response, and for there to be on-site capability that we could have communication with to understand what was happening in the outbreak.
Can I ask that you just go back to page 11, top of the page? And does that top half of the page there refer to?
Yes.
First of all, the concerns about leadership at the facility.
Yes.
And then dealings with Baptist Care in terms of their conditions if the team were to go in and intervene.
Yes.
And that included that they must have full authority to run the facility.
Yes, absolutely. And Alan Waters also made the observation that he was very concerned about the communications that were coming out or were lacking and too infrequent. But my recollection of his further comment was that they wouldn't stand up a capability or assist in that, or they wouldn't be able to, something along the lines of they were happy and to set up this team and send the team over, but he just made the observation he felt the communications were very problematic.
Just now moving to page 13, back to page 13, right down the bottom of the page, it says this, again, 23 April, so many people involved, quite challenging to understand. James Branley and Hospital in the Home, on-call GP, pretty close to confirming this. Do you know what the reference was to this particular entry? And you might want to go look above that entry to get the context.
Mm-hmm. I feel like this was a information that Melanie Dix was providing, trying to just reflect back what her initial observation was. That so many people involved, that it was a complex environment, trying to understand who's who, James Branley and Hospital in the Home. And the last comment is trying to get there was an attempt to get GP engagement back into the service as they weren't visiting in the outbreak, and trying to get an on-call GP, and that was close to being confirmed.
I see. I've finished now with that document. If I could ask now that tab 101 be brought up, and in particular, if we could go to page 5. There's an entry there for the 29th of April. These are further notes that you took, correct?
Yes.
It says about 4 lines down, Mr Pretorius advised that Grant Millard is open to having Wentworth residents move to Royce Aged Care, but wouldn't commit to a date, saying that JB, presumably James Branley, wants to do 4th round first.
Yes.
So was this a return to that issue of moving negative residents out of the facility?
Yes, it was, and this was a point where we understood that there would now be a 4th round, and initially I had understood through the case meetings that after 2 negative tests, that that would be confirmation of a negative result, noting that there was also a very problematic day on the 20th with possible breach. But over time, it became evident that James Branley was seeking further testing, and then a third round was discussed, and then a fourth round.
Then, looking further down the page, it appears the issue crystallised. It says this issue of external cohorting explored and rejected by James Branley.
Yes.
With no other medico or line supporting it as a preferred option. Have I read that correctly?
It says no other medico online supporting it as a preferred option. Yeah.
Thank you. It says, and I'll read on, internal cohorting to proceed. And then in parentheses, I am concerned about ongoing delays in this work.
Yes. So when the Baptist team arrived, Melanie Dix was working, of course, collaboratively with James Branley, but it was my observation that what I expected to have occur pretty much straight away after the 24th was internal cohorting, and that did not occur. And my concerns about the period of time that was elapsing and the risks associated with that time elapsing was increasing risks to COVID negative residents becoming COVID positive. So what I'm saying there is that that I feel that this is at the same time as the external cohorting was rejected. I am not confident that the internal cohorting is going to proceed in a timely way.
Then if I can take you over to page 6, under the redaction in the middle of the page, next to the date 1 May, it says Wentworth fourth round testing results through. James Branley suggested off-site cohorting. Will test this with his superior Kay Hyman. He was prompted to consider it as 2 more staff tested positive, and one was a Wentworth staff member, the other was an Aspen staff member. Do I read that correctly?
Yes.
And do you remember what circumstances led you to write what you say in that latter part of the note concerning what prompted the change of position?
Well, just look, I don't remember what prompted me to say it, other than it was the case, as even on the 1st of May, that there was a contemplation that there could be options for moving individuals, and that was I was heartened by that there was still the prospect of having some people move.
Lastly, in this document, can I go to the bottom of page 7, please? Under the redaction, it seems to say this: Melanie Dix insists that he should come back after the catheter issue is sorted. This is referring to a patient or resident, presumably, that was in hospital on the 1st of May. Is that right?
Yes.
And then it says this: I said no way, underlined. She later confirmed that James Branley had directed an Nepean to keep him there.
Yes.
Do you remember the circumstances of that note?
I just remember that I was surprised that it would be contemplated that a person would move back in the context of an outbreak that was very challenging, and the environment was chaotic and difficult, but that note confirms that Melanie Dix went back to James Branley and said that he did agree to or have direct opinion to keep that person there. Yep.
Just to ensure that there's no conflation of two different incidents, you'll remember I asked you before lunch about a conversation along similar lines that occurred on the 20th of April about a patient not returning to Newmarch House from hospital, which you attributed to Dr. Sharma. You recall that part of the evidence?
Yes.
This is a different episode that's being discussed here, some days later, on the 1st of May, correct?
I believe so.
Do you know if it was the same patient as the one who was being discussed on the 20th of April, or is it a different patient, or you're not sure?
I'm not sure about that.
Can I lastly ask that tab 116 is put up, and if you could go to page 35, please. Now, do you see, this is an example of an email summary of a meeting that had occurred as one of those ongoing case management meetings, right?
Yes.
This one in particular on the 5th of May, 2020. Yes. If you just go down under staffing, fourth dot point down, it says this, Kathy Dempsey also noted the visibility of the Anglicare team and governance structures haven't been sufficiently clear. Anglicare agreed to provide a detailed summary of the floor structure and key staffing positions tomorrow. This information has been requested by the DOH and ACQSC on numerous occasions.
Yes.
Is that a reference to these ongoing requests for information concerning the leadership structure?
Yes.
At the facility?
Yes.
And the floor structure?
Yes.
Does the DOH there refer to the Department of Health?
Yes, it does.
And we know what the ACQSC stands for.
Yes, it was a constant conversation, request for information in relation to the org structure, the governance arrangements around who was managing Newmarch House and the outbreak, and the floor plans that were critical to have for the basis of discussing or understanding how the clinical decision-making was impacting on individuals and what risks were there for individuals as the COVID positive numbers increased in the facility.
You gave evidence earlier today about the position that the Commission took to these meetings.
Yes.
In particular in respect of moving patients out of the facility or cohorting within the facility.
Yes.
As well as moving patients to the private hospital network as per the NPA or National Partnership Agreement, right?
Yes.
And you've given evidence that, in essence, the Commission didn't relinquish those views over time, but substantively those views were not implemented, correct?
Yes.
Are there any final comments that you want to make, any final reflections in respect of your involvement in the leadership meetings that were conducted?
I think there was a lack of understanding amongst New South Wales health personnel as to the role, our role, even though there was information provided by way of the outbreak management plan and discussions about our role in regulating the sector and Newmarch. I believe that my contribution and Dr. Roth's contribution was sometimes understood as being critical and not, I'm going to use words that were used in one of the meetings, come on, we're on the same team, we're all on the same team. And we had to clarify, I had to clarify that actually our role, the Commission's role, was to hold the providers to account. We were actively problem solving with them alongside a set of circumstances where our concerns increased, and on that basis we needed to take steps, take regulatory actions. In saying that, I understood that New South Wales Health was reassured by the appearance of the Baptist team in those case meetings, and they felt that there was a level of control that was achieved. And as we became aware that the Baptist team was exiting, as they were only able to stay for 2 weeks, the index of concern rose again. And at the meeting on page 35, it's Kathy Dempsey's talking about her concerns. New South Wales Health also raised concerns about the management of the outbreak post Baptist Care's exit, etc. So that the remaining meetings were one where there was a more of a shared concern about how this outbreak was being managed.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Thank you. Ms. Wunsch, it's the coroner speaking again. I'm just going to check with the other legal representatives whether they have any questions for you, if you wouldn't mind staying online. Ms. Davis, do you have any questions for Ms. Wunsch?
Nothing further, Your Honour. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham, do you have any questions for Ms. Wunsch?
No, thank you.
Ms. Richardson, any questions for Ms. Wunsch?
No, Your Honour.
Ms. Furness, any questions?
No, thank you, Your Honour.
And Mr. Palfrey, any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you. Ms. Wunsch, there are no more questions for you, so that means that we've reached the end of your evidence. Thank you very much for dialling in today and sharing your time. You're now excused and you're welcome to end the remote connection with the court.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Thank you.
Next witness is Mr. Grant Millard.
Thank you.
Called Mr. Millard.
Silence, please. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
Is your name Grant Millard?
It is.
And Mr Millard, at the time of the outbreak at Newmarch House, you were the Chief Executive Officer of Anglicare, correct?
That's correct.
You no longer hold that position, is that right?
No, I retired from that position in February.
February of this year?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you stay as Chief Executive Officer at at Anglicare up to the time of your retirement?
Yes, I did. I retired as the Chief Executive on the 7th of February, I believe. I stayed in employment with the organisation as a special advisor to assist with the transition of the new CEO. I formally ceased employment on the 4th of July.
Thank you. You hold qualifications in economics and law. You were Chief Executive Officer from 2016, is that correct?
Of the merged entity, yes.
You had experience as a senior leader, a Chief Executive Officer of another service, Sydney, or another entity, I should say, Sydney Anglican Home Mission Society before that.
That's right, 5 years previous.
In terms of the leadership structure of the organisation, and before I go there, it's a large organisation, Anglicare, isn't it?
It is. It has approximately 4,000 employees, 2,000 volunteers, operates a large range of services, including residential aged care. At the time of...
Let's look at the time of the outbreak. So April 2020 is probably the key period. What was the size of the organisation at that stage?
At the time, I believe we were operating 23 residential aged care homes.
Yes. And what about staff size at that time?
It would have been around 4,000 employees, I believe, yes.
And did you say 2,000 volunteers as well?
That's right. The volunteers are engaged in a whole range of services, community services programs, a visitation to aged care, both in community and in residential.
Right. Does that include working as residential aged care facility carers, or are they employed staff?
No, not as carers. They would be employed staff. Although those numbers of volunteers do not include, I guess, a large number of family members who would be there on a daily basis, visiting loved ones, providing care.
Is those numbers, the staff numbers, is that just for New South Wales or is that national?
No, that is just for Anglicare Sydney, Australian Anglicare Sydney, or Anglican Community Services is their legal entity name.
Now you mentioned a moment ago that Anglicare in New South Wales was managing 23 aged care facilities. Is that right?
Yes, but if it would help Council just to elaborate on the legal entity distinctions. The Anglicare entities nationally operate really a federated system. The organisation that I was Chief Executive Officer for is governed by the Anglican Church in the Diocese of Sydney. I was on the board of Anglicare Australia, and most Anglicare named entities are members of the network Anglicare Australia, and often the national statistics in terms of revenue and size are quoted, but our organisation is distinct, operating principally in Greater Sydney, the Illawarra, Shoalhaven.
In terms of that national entity or the network, the staff size, if one is to deal with it as an overarching entity, is in the order of 20,000 staff. Is that right?
It would be in that order. I mean, my organisation was the largest, probably still is the largest entity within Anglicare Australia, but it would probably have to be in the order of that number, yes.
Anglicare is a not-for-profit institution, correct?
That's correct.
And it's also a public benevolent institution.
It has that qualification, yes.
Because it provides services in the residential aged care sector, it is subject to those requirements and obligations under the Aged Care Act of 1997, isn't it?
Yes.
Coming back to the structure of the organisation, there was a board, is that right?
That's correct.
As Chief Executive Officer, did you report directly to the board?
Yes, I did.
And the board had ultimate responsibility in terms of I withdraw that. You as Chief Executive Officer had ultimate responsibility in terms of managing Anglicare's day-to-day operations. That's right?
That's correct, yes.
The board was tasked with, in part, apart from providing overall governance of the organisation, with developing strategies for the organisation. Is that correct? That's correct. And as Chief Executive Officer, it was your role to implement those strategies.
Yes.
The outbreak, the first positive case at Newmarch House was identified on the 11th of April.
In the evening, yes.
There's evidence that there were board meetings on 4 occasions during what might be described as the crisis period. They were meetings held on the 17th of April, the 28th of April, the 6th of May, and the 12th of May. That's the evidence that we have. Does that accord with your memory, Mr. Millard, of the frequency of board meetings that were conducted during the crisis period at Newmarch House?
That sounds right. I don't have all those dates in front of me, but there was an increasing number of board meetings, both prior to the outbreak. There were special board meetings held and further board meetings held during the outbreak.
Yes. I should say there were meetings as well on the 28th of March and the 9th of April. That was before the first case was identified at Newmarch House. But after the first case was identified, the first board meeting was on the 17th of April.
I believe so, yes.
And that was about a week after the first case was identified.
Yes, that would be right.
And then the next, if you can just accept from me that the first death was on the 18th of April.
Yes.
The next board meeting was conducted on the 28th of April, some 10 days later.
Yes. There were discussions held between myself and the chairman during those dates, but yes, that could be right.
Is the chairman Mr. Hammond?
Correct.
So can we take from that description of the respective responsibilities and the frequency of the board meetings that when it came to managing the day-to-day operations at Newmarch House, that responsibility fell on your shoulders as Chief Executive Officer?
Ultimately, that's correct, although there was a whole process of delegations you would understand in terms of a large, diverse organisation, but yes, my responsibility.
Yes. That's not to say you're the only leader in the organisation who's giving directions. Of course, there's a hierarchy beneath you, and I'll ask you about that in just a moment. However, as Chief Executive Officer, you had ultimate responsibility in terms of the management of those operations. Is that a fair thing to say?
I agree.
And then the board wasn't involved at the level of day-by-day meetings in respect of what was happening at Newmarch House.
They were not.
But over the course of those board meetings that I've outlined, I assume that the board was informed of where things stood at the particular time and what was happening.
Yes, at various times I relayed conversations, issues, sought some advice, but it was my responsibility to manage the organisation.
This isn't a criticism in any way, but you don't have any medical clinical experience, I take it?
No, not at all.
Was there anyone on the board who had clinical medical experience and training?
I'm just thinking who was on the board at the time. I think Reverend Dr. Margaret Powell was a medical practitioner. She didn't, I think she still had a general practitioner qualification, but she was not actually engaged as a medical practitioner in terms of her day-to-day role.
Your statement makes clear that residential aged care facilities aren't the only organisations that Anglicare operates.
That's correct.
But clearly residential aged care facilities would have been a very significant part of,
absolutely,
of the business, the operation.
It's a very important, a vital part of the organisation, yes.
So, was there ever any thought, and I'm really directing you to this period of time, about having someone with, for example, geriatrics expertise being placed in a senior leadership position in the organisation?
As an employee?
As an employee or appointee?
There had been discussions, consideration about the employment of a medical officer. Some years prior, consideration had been given to this. The organisation pre-merger Anglican Retirement Villages, which is the surviving legal entity, did at one stage have a geriatrician on its board. So the organisation had a geriatrician and doctors on the board from time to time. The board does have and does maintain a skill matrix. It's in fact involves a great deal of consideration about the skills and complementary nature, given such a diverse organisation. I do note that one of the changes the board has made to its composition of the board since Newmarch House on advice has been to increase the number of board members with clinical experience and public health expertise.
I take it after this experience in 2020, you would see that as a salutary development?
Timely, salutary, yes.
Yeah. And let me ask you this. This inquests have received copious evidence of meetings, some of which you were present at, meetings involving doctors and medical opinions and public health experts. I take it you would have been assisted in your role and your leadership role in particular if you had senior people in the organisation with that level of clinical knowledge.
Yes, indeed. I mean, in the crisis management team formulated, I had there were two people that are members of that who had clinical background and experience. They were registered nurses. So, yes, they did greatly assist me.
Right. Just on this theme of the hierarchy, looking now downwards from your position, there were a number of management or leadership positions that sat between you and the facility manager at Newmarch House.
Yes.
Now, just as at April 2020, when the crisis struck, what's your understanding of the reporting line beneath you down to the level of facility manager?
So the facility manager, Melinda Burns, reported to a regional manager within the aged care retirement living division. and that individual then reported to Mr. Gavin Pretorius, who was the Chief Operating Officer, residential, who reported directly to me.
Right. Had you physically visited Newmarch House prior to the commencement of the outbreak?
Yes.
You'd been on site before?
Yes, I made it a practice to visit all our residential aged care homes and be in the field as much as I could. Obviously, that was significantly curtailed in 2020, but yes.
Oh, well, first of all, you've indicated there are 23 homes that are under management. Yes. But also there were movement restrictions in 2020. But prior to the outbreak, how familiar were you with the layout of Newmarch House?
I wouldn't say intimately familiar, but I'd certainly been to the home, having tours. One may have even been one of the regular board tours which we conduct, but I was familiar with the facility cabins.
During the crisis itself, during the time of the outbreak, how many times do you think you actually attended physically at Newmarch?
I physically attended, I believe, for the first time on Monday, the 13th of April.
Yes.
Thereafter, I don't believe I physically attended until I attended with Andrew Kincaid, which was probably first week of May.
All right. Was there any reason why you didn't attend the facility between those dates, 13 April and 1 May?
Me personally?
Yes, you personally.
The management and leadership structure the organisation has is such that I'm accountable for a large organisation, as I said. In terms of the delegation of authority and leadership, I had two people beneath me, if you like, who had more direct responsibility for engagement and management of the operation. Early on in the outbreak, I gave an instruction to Mr. Pretorius to be physically located at Newmarch House. He did stay there for at least 3 days and then withdrew. I understand the issue was that the site was becoming crowded, space was at a premium, and the space that he was occupying was being used for induction and for bringing a large volume of new staff to be trained.
Do you know when he was there, when those 3 days occurred? Was it early in the piece?
I assume it would have been probably the 14th, 15th, 16th.
Right.
That is my assumption. So
Mr. Pretorius there for 3 days, and then after that, he ceased to attend. Is that the case?
I don't believe he was there every day, but my understanding is that he, if you like, constructed or set up, if you like, a ballroom to deal with the crisis on the Castle Hill campus of Anglicare.
And Mr. Goodhue was under him in the hierarchy, that's correct?
Correct, he's the regional manager.
And was he attending physically at the premises? Or do you not know?
Sorry.
I said, was he attending physically or do you not know?
My recollection is that he would attend physically occasionally, but it's not his practice to be there every day. Again, I think because they have responsibility for a number of residential aged care homes, and sorry, this is not to diminish the responsibility they had for the outbreak of Newmarch.
Yes.
But yeah, there was a great deal of uncertainty about how widespread COVID would commence to be. 23 homes substantially concentrated in Greater Sydney. There were grave concerns, if you like, about putting too many eggs in one basket and congregating management in one place, particularly in a live site.
So is that concern you're adverting to, that you're worried that they might become COVID positive from being on site?
Absolutely.
And you take out your management team?
Yes.
Were there any other outbreaks of COVID at aged care facilities being run by Anglicare? There
were none
at this time.
No, not at that time. We did have cases in community, in our community aged care services, and we had a retirement living case or two, but No residential aged care cases, no.
Look, in fairness to you, you said you didn't want to understate the gravity, but let me just ask you about the gravity. Clearly, this was a highly significant event for Anglicare, the outbreak of COVID in one of its aged care homes.
It was terrible, yes.
And as things worsened and became more acute, it would have been the most significant problem in the organisation at that time.
Absolutely.
One effect or consequence of senior management staying away from the facility was that your facility manager, Miss Burns, ended up being the most senior person on the ground for much of the time. Is that right?
That was her normal role, to be responsible as the residential manager. So that was the usual chain of authority, the usual responsibility she had, albeit in extraordinary circumstances.
Well, quite, and that's what I was about to put to you. That might be the normal level of responsibility that she holds, but these were extraordinary times.
They were.
And the demands that this situation created were quite different from the normal run of affairs in a residential aged care facility, correct?
That is correct.
What I'd like to ask you about now, Mr. Millard, concerns the theme of planning following the pandemic outbreak, but before the COVID outbreak commenced at Newmarch House.
Yes.
You've provided a statement, or statements, I should say, as part of this inquest process, and your principal statement is dated 18 June 2021. That statement annexes a number of lengthy documents which are in the nature of planning instruments and protocols and things of that nature, right?
Yes.
I'm just dealing with this chronologically. On the 10th of March 2020, you activated the crisis management team.
Yes, on that date.
And that's a leadership structure that's specifically brought into existence by virtue of the emergence of a COVID problem in New South Wales.
In that instance, yes.
COVID came to Australia in January of the year. 10th of March, COVID's present in the community, but it hasn't hit Newmarch House yet, as far as you're aware. Is that the right chronology?
Certainly it hadn't hit Newmarch House. I think there was an increasing concern post the Ruby Princess. The number of cases appeared to be appearing, and given our exposure with 23 homes, it was felt that we ought to assemble the crisis management team.
Now, the crisis management team was comprised of Mr. Pretorius,
Yes.
Mr. Pendlebury,
Yes.
Mr. Zender, is that how you pronounce his name?
Correct, yes.
Ms. Mackenzie, Ms. Roy, Ms. Miller, Mr. Strong, Ms. King, Ms. Carrasca, Devlin, Bernalek,
Yes.
and Carsley. So there's the team that was brought together.
Yes.
Out of that group of people, who were the ones that had clinical experience? You mentioned there were two nurses. Is one of them Ms. Roy? She had a nursing background.
Roy and also Marcella Carrasco.
Right. Now, these people, I take it, had other roles within the organisation.
Marcella Carrasco at the time was responsible for running our community aged care business.
What I mean is that all of these were present employees of Anglicare who had their own roles and responsibilities. Yes. But this was a group that was brought together as part of the crisis management team to work on COVID preparation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was there any particular person in that group that had a particularly pointed responsibility in terms of Newmarch House and preparing Newmarch House for its COVID response?
Well, the team was formed in order to deal with the impending crisis, not just in residential aged care, and hence had people responsible for social and affordable housing, community services. In fact, it was meant to cover the entire organisation. Responsibility for, or particular focus on residential aged care preparedness was certainly Mr. Pretorius and Erica Roy's responsibility.
Okay, thank you. Now, one of the first things that the CMT did was to review the various public directives that were in place at the time. And then the next step was to update the various manuals or procedures that the organisation had in place in terms of emergency response management.
Yes, that's correct. There was a lot that was being announced at fairly short notice, and it required some vigilance to be on top of those announcements.
Okay. Now, these are documents that you're looking at in the first instance that were intended to apply to the organisation as a whole in all its capacities. Is that right?
Some were particular to residential aged care, some were applicable to community services, and some to community aged care. The role of the crisis management team, if you'll allow me, was never to assume operational responsibility. It was to deal with issues, I guess, beyond the capacity of the operation to generally deal with.
So if we can turn to your statement, which is volume 23, tab 24, and in particular go to page 25.
25.
There's a lengthy document titled Emergency Management and Contingency Plan.
Thank you. Yes, this was the Newmarch House document.
So is this one of the documents that was updated in those early meetings of the crisis management team?
By the date on the document, I'd say no. There were organisational level documents that were updated. This version is dated 12 July 2018, some years prior to the outbreak. But Newmarch House would have had its own updated document.
You just go back to page 3 of your statement. You can see there that the paragraph 14 says, after reviewing various public health directives and advice, we updated the Anglicare emergency response procedure and the Anglicare outbreak management procedure.
Yes.
To reflect updates about influenza vaccination requirements, public health orders concerning COVID-19 and changes to visitation requirements. a copy of the Anglicare Emergency Response Procedure, which is the first of those documents you refer to, is attached to my statement and marked GM1. And that's the document I took you to.
Yes, I don't understand why it is dated 12 July 2018. That's my confusion, I'm sorry.
All right, because if you just turn to the contents, for example, of that document, so which is on page 26 of the electronic tab, you can see that this is, and if you just scan down the table of contents, this is a procedure plan that deals with all manner of emergencies.
Yes.
At the bottom of page 3 in the contents page, you can see a reference to the word lockdown. Yes. But can you take it from me that when you go to that section in the document, that's not the type of lockdown that we've been discussing in these inquests? That is a lockdown of residents because of a COVID outbreak. And if you turn to page 5 of the contents page, there's a section called medical emergency. Do you see that there?
Yes, I do.
We might just turn up that page. It's page 76 of the annexure. Which is page 100 of the electronic tab. And you can see there's a very short 2 paragraphs about medical emergency, but it's not an entry that's directed in any way to COVID, is it?
No.
All right, so this lengthy plan, while it provides generic information about emergency management, doesn't really speak to managing an outbreak of COVID at Newmarch House. Does it?
No.
I did a word search and couldn't find the word COVID in the document, but that may be explained by the fact this is some earlier version of the document before it was updated.
It could be, but I think it would be quite clear that what was actually known about how to deal with COVID was very, very thin at the time. And I recall evidence of the Royal Commission being led and agreed that the whole of Australia was ill prepared.
Can I ask you to go to the second annexure, which is another one of these documents or procedures that you referred to? It's at page 115 of the tab. It's annexure 2. There's a document called Procedure Outbreak Management.
This is tab.
Tab 2, perhaps. It's the second annexure behind your statement. And we might, it's on the screen if that assists you. If you'd rather look at it electronically in front of you. So this is the purpose of this document is stated to be to promote evidence-based practice in the management of infectious outbreaks. Standard and transmission-based precautions are implemented to prevent and control infection. Yes. So it's dealing generically with the concept of infectious outbreaks. Do you see that there? Yes. One particular or 2 particular conditions that are identified on the contents page are gastroenteritis and influenza, which obviously are conditions that residential aged care facilities have to deal with from time to time.
Regrettably, yes.
If you go down to page 3 of the document, you see there's a standard or a guideline in terms of identifying and confirming the outbreak of influenza or influenza-like illness.
Yes.
3 or more cases in residents or staff within 3 days, at least one of the cases have a positive lab test for influenza. But we can see this document hasn't been updated to account for COVID. Is that correct?
That is correct. And you would note that the CDNA guidelines themselves were developed and were based on influenza and were subject to some criticism. We followed that.
There's no question that there was some guidance received from the way facilities dealt with infections such as influenza. You weren't inventing things from the ground up, right? But this document does not specifically address COVID or the particular challenges that this condition posed, right?
Correct.
Can I just ask you to turn to page 4 of that document? Now, this sets out the responsibilities of the residential manager. Do you see right down the bottom of the page there? It says responsibilities. The residential manager is accountable or responsible.
Yes.
So just moving through this list, it falls to the residential manager in an outbreak to develop an outbreak plan.
Yes.
And to ensure that it's in place. To ensure that an outbreak coordinator is in place. Do you see that there?
Yes.
That there's infection control training.
Yes.
And outbreak management is provided to the outbreak coordinator and all relevant staff.
Yes.
There are documentation requirements in respect to the outbreak management plan.
Yes.
There's a responsibility in terms of ensuring that emergency stock is in place.
Yes.
There's a responsibility to ensure that a communication system is in place to notify visitors, contractors, volunteers and staff.
Yes.
And on the list goes. That is a list of responsibilities that may be appropriate in terms of managing a flu outbreak at the facility, right? But this list clearly hasn't been adapted to deal with a major outbreak of the kind that enveloped Newmarch House in April of 2020.
I think if you consider what was known at that time, and we're obviously much, much wiser now with a lot of painful experience, but
Yep.
at the time, based on a common understanding that this was an influenza-like illness that may have more severe implications, but there was insufficient knowledge to really allow anything COVID-specific to be developed.
That may be right. One should avoid the great benefit of hindsight. But one thing that these inquests obviously can do is direct hindsight to these issues.
Absolutely, yes.
And what became clear very quickly in this crisis, can I suggest, is that the position of residential manager was overwhelmed and overburdened.
The role of a residential manager is already, even in peacetime, an extremely challenging role. And in the midst of a crisis like this, it is overwhelming.
Yeah. The The other document that the CMT worked on, as you describe in your statement, was, or documents, are the communication strategy and the Anglicare coronavirus prevention and management procedure.
Yes.
So just turning first to the communication strategy, that's found at page 125 of the electronic tab. It should be the third annexure. What this does is set out a general division of responsibilities in terms of communications during a COVID outbreak.
Yes.
It says under there that as CEO, you have to make the key decisions. You have to approve key organisational communications to key stakeholders and provide governance leadership. They're your essential responsibilities.
Yes.
Moving down, executive and operational general managers are responsible for organisational governance. And I take it that Mr. Pretorius and Mr. Goodhue would fit into those categories. Is that correct or not?
Yes, so that would have also included the quality service and support, Erica Roy.
Mm.
Yes.
And then the crisis management team is tasked with identifying key issues and providing resolution and key messages or decisions to the communication support team.
Yes, which is a central team.
Right. Did you say a central team? And then the objectives are set out. That the aim of the strategy was to provide clear, consistent and timely information on the impact of COVID-19 from internal and external sources, to provide streamlined points of contact for stakeholders, and that must include families, I take it.
Yes, this would not exclusively deal with all communications to families, not by any means.
Right. And other stakeholders, I assume, would be health services?
Yes.
Government agencies?
Yes.
And then you can see the further points: manage feedback from stakeholders across Anglicare, anticipate and manage issues from stakeholders, monitor and evaluate feedback,
Yes.
to measure success and review overarching communications as required.
Yes.
And then the aspiration is that the tone of the communications during the crisis will be reassuring, clear and informative.
Yes.
Now, this is a document that does specifically refer to COVID.
Yes.
So was this drawn up with a looming potential COVID problem
Yes,
in mind?
it was specifically developed with that in mind.
Okay. And was the hope, had this strategy been successfully implemented, that there would be a constant flow of timely and accurate information to interested parties, including families?
Yes, but this document would not cover the entire range of communications that would have taken place to residents and families. And
were there other planning documents that would deal with that? Or was there no such document?
I'm not aware of any other documents.
Right.
It would be a normal part of home operational management to communicate with residents and families, and during the benefit of attending the evidence given by families, it was clear that they were used to regular and timely communication by residential management.
And clearly, at least that second dot point seems to involve an aspiration that there would be a streamlined point of contact for for stakeholders, it says there across Anglicare. Is that within the organisation?
Yes.
What about streamlined points of contact for external agencies? Like a hospital, for example, that was involved in treating residents, or a public health unit?
Those communication channels would be directly to the home. They wouldn't have come through the central communication organ, if you like, of the organisation. There was a broad email address which was established, which did receive communications of a whole range of stakeholders, but the operational contact points were to the home, not via central management.
Right. So apart from there being this single email address, do you know what specific, was there planning, we're at the planning preparation stage. Was there planning and preparation at Newmarch House, at the home itself, in terms of a possible influx of communication demands if the COVID wave hit?
No, I mean, there would have been, I believe there was an understanding that a significant ramping up in terms of, if you like, broadcast communications, that would be the responsibility of broader Anglicare management, particularly within this documents understanding.
If I can ask you to go down to page 6. You can see that there's been some thinking done about tools and resources that could be put into place to affect the objectives that we went through above. 6.1, specific email address, that was established.
Yes.
6.2, CEO email updates.
Regular, yes.
And you did provide updates throughout the process, and we'll come to some of those in due course. There are other tools there that are mentioned. Such as an SMS or app alert. Was anything actioned on that front, as far as you're aware?
Yes, there are SMS alerts given out, or text messages were sent to family members or the person responsible. There was also a care app established,
Yep.
which families were given access to.
What there doesn't seem to be in that list are dedicated phone lines to handle a massive influx of telephone calls from concerned families.
Well, there was a call centre established.
When was that? That was later in the piece, wasn't it?
Well, sorry, yes,
and just bear in mind, we're still at the preparation stage.
Absolutely. The family support program, yes, was a later issue, but there was Anglicare's customer contact centre was tasked with receiving and fielding questions. They were given scripts in order to answer questions which came in. That was established early on, very early on.
Early on, after the outbreak started?
After the outbreak started.
And they were off-site, were they?
Yes, off-site.
They were in some central office?
Yes.
So they weren't going to be able to talk about the conditions on the ground?
No, they were not. They were provided with scripted information. They were really to field incoming queries.
I suppose what I'm getting to with these questions is this. You would be aware that there's a volume of evidence now in this inquest about communication breakdown.
Yes.
Both at the level of residents not being able to get in contact with the facility to find out what was happening with their loved ones.
Family members, you mean?
Family members, I do mean that. And secondly, in terms of hospitals, doctors, practitioners trying to get into contact with the home to get regular updates on residents who are admitted in the hospital in the home program.
I haven't been listening to that evidence. Right. I read those statements, but I'll take that as given.
Take it as given that there have been various entries in the medical records to the effect, we've tried to contact Newmarch House, we can't get through, things along those lines. wasn't it foreseen in this preparation phase that if a COVID crisis hit one of your facilities, that the facility first of all would go into lockdown? That must have been within contemplation.
Yes.
And that family members would be wanting anxiously to find out what was happening with their relatives inside the home.
Yes.
And that would place a very significant demand on the system.
Yes.
If those matters were contemplated, why doesn't this document that deals with a communication strategy address that particular need?
There was an understanding, maybe even assumption, that the central organ of the organisation would be like the broadcast voice. We would be informed about what was happening in the home and would give those more general communication to families. But if there was any information or communication about resident family member specific matters, that really had to be dealt with by the home itself. And the fundamental problem here was that with a number of staff who ordinarily worked with those families, who were known to them, they had their mobile phone numbers. They would have readily communicated with those people. Within a short number of days, those people were moved off site, not through their own fault, they were close contacts. And so there's normal organs of communication. There was no contemplation that we had that 87% of the staff would be out of the home. No one thought that would be the case. We'd planned for up to 40. I think the CDNO guidelines said 30%. So this is far beyond anyone's, I think, reasonable expectation. I think now we're a lot wiser, but at the time, this was never contemplated to be that impactful.
I'll come to the expectations about staffing shortages in a moment. So the evidence that you're giving is that the system that had worked up to that point in time was direct communications between carers, staff on the ground, and family members. And that effectively the hope was that would be able to continue even if you were planning for a staff loss of 40%.
Yes.
Which must have put a strain on that system.
Oh, absolutely.
In any event.
Yes. And forgive me if it sounds like I'm saying not my problem. I own this issue, so I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I think it was a reasonable proposition at the time that the central organisation, equipped with communication specialists, public affairs people, they would be best equipped in order to deal with broadcast communications, deal with media, advise me, and that happened. And, there was a degree of frustration centrally in the organisation that we were communicating, sending emails to people, and it seemed like they weren't hearing what was being sent, but that wasn't the problem. I think mainly they did receive the information. It was not the information that they wanted. They wanted to hear about how their mum, their dad, their husband, their wife was, and that information was not contained within the central organ. It was located at the home.
Well, the emails that you're referring to, it wasn't the place to start going into an individual patient's medical.
They were generic in nature.
They were highly generic in nature. So
relevant.
Those emails were never going to fulfil that need, right?
Well,
just let me finish. The need for the families of residents to know what was happening with their family member in the home, particularly those that had tested positive.
Correct.
And in terms of people receiving information and not listening, you were present during the first week of the hearing. You stayed to watch the evidence given by family members. So you know the sort of evidence that was being given, namely that people would continually ring the home, phone calls weren't answered. They would send emails which weren't responded to.
Yes.
I've also told you about what was happening on the other side of the equation with there's evidence that hospitals and medical practitioners were having communication difficulties.
Yes.
But those sorts of communications, ones between the home, people on the ground, talking about how a particular person is progressing through an illness, or calls on that theme to doctors, that was never going to be able to be catered for by a centralised communications organisation sending out generic emails. Was it?
That's correct. And there were further resources. I was looking through my very early notes that we looked to send out more communications administration people out to Newmarch House. There were in excess of 200 phone calls being received every day. The switchboard was overrun. Staff who knew residents were not there. And it was, well, to use that much overused term, as unprecedented.
The final document that's referred to in that part of your evidence is what's called it's titled Procedure, Coronavirus Prevention and Management. That's page 133 of the electronic tab, or tab 4 of the written document.
Yes.
Now, this document is dated 9 April 2020, if you look at the bottom of the page.
Yes.
Well, there's a date next to that, 5 April 2020. In any event, it appears this is a document that was formulated very close to the time the outbreak started.
Yes.
Do you know who worked on this document?
I can't be certain, but I believe it would have been drafted or prepared by the Quality Services team under Erica Roy's supervision.
Had you actually got to the point of distributing this document at the time that the outbreak hit on the 11th of April?
I don't know.
Judging by the date, there would be a high possibility, if not a probability, that while this document had been drawn and created, it hadn't been implemented in the organisation yet.
Particularly with the Easter weekend, correct?
Yeah. Now, just before we move off these planning documents, I've gone through the Emergency Management and Contingency Plan, which is that very large document. Sitting within that is something called the Emergency Procedures Manual, Procedure Outbreak Management, and then the Communication Strategy and Procedure COVID Prevention and Management. I mean, you've got 5 documents there in varying levels of detail. I mean, were all of these supposed to apply to this particular COVID outbreak, or only some of them?
Probably going to sound flippant, but aged care is a document-rich field.
Oh, we understand that.
I think we would stand to be, criticised by these documents weren't fully integrated and edited in the light of each other. This could have been simpler.
Yeah. You've preempted the question I was going to put to you, which is what's someone on the ground supposed to do with 5 sets of manuals like this? How are they to be reconciled in the throes of a crisis? And I think you're acknowledging in your last answer that these documents weren't well integrated.
It would not be reasonable to assume they would have assimilated all this information and formed a path through it.
Can I just come back to something that you said before, and I was planning on taking you to this particular document. It's the cDNA guidelines that were published. And I'll just get the reference for that. cDNA guidelines. It's volume 27, tab 1, and it's Annexure C. It's going to come up on the screen so that you can see it, Mr. Miller. That's not the right document. It should be page 94 of the 632-page file. Now, just have a look at that first page. Is this a document that you had access to prior to the outbreak?
Yes.
When you referred to the CDNA guidelines, this was the document you're referring to, I take it?
This version, yes.
It makes clear on the first page, in that first paragraph, that the document is, first of all, being created in consultation with the aged care sector. Were you involved in,
Personally, no.
were you consulted about this particular document?
No.
Did anyone in your organisation
I'm not aware of that.
consult to the CDNA?
I'm not aware of that, but I guess our peak body may have participated, but I have no knowledge of that.
As you pointed out, the next sentence makes clear the document is adapted from previous work on influenza outbreaks in residential care facilities, or RCFs. If you can just move over to page 98 of the document, that's its internal numbering, sorry, numbering of these tab, 98, that's it. If you just look at the introduction, the first paragraph, aside from making it clear this applies to all residential care facilities in Australia, of which Newmarch House was one, it makes the point that individuals over the age of 65 are more susceptible to COVID-19 and are more likely to develop complications. You see those words there?
Yes.
And I take it that that would have been well known to you, that your residents in Newmarch House, they belong to a vulnerable group in terms of this particular illness.
Highly vulnerable.
Highly vulnerable. At 1.2, just down the bottom of the page, a legal framework is spelled out, and that confers a heavy responsibility on the residential care facility. That is to identify, first of all, to identify and comply with the relevant legislation by adopting standard and transmission-based precautions as directed by that particular guideline. The second broad obligation that's referred to here is the requirement to operate under the Aged Care Act, which you would have been well familiar with, that piece of legislation, I take it. Yes. And that accreditation requires adherence to infection control standards, and there's reference to the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission expectation that aged care services will comply with the relevant standards. Yes. Right? And then if you just move down to the next page, page 99, paragraph 1.3.1, the primary responsibility of managing COVID-19 outbreaks lies with the RCF, the residential care facility, within their responsibilities for resident care and infection control. And just let me pause there. Were you aware of that particular responsibility prior to the outbreak at Newmarch House?
As an approved provider, that is the normal situation, yes.
What follows from that is then set out in the next sentence: all RCF should have in-house or access to infection control expertise and outbreak management plans in place. And if you look down at the dot points, the second dot point asserts that the RCF is to self-manage outbreaks in accordance with this guideline. See that?
Yes.
The responsibilities of the state government is then set out at 1.3.2. And if you look at that explanation or description and the dot points thereunder, you can see that the key responsibilities for the state authorities are to perform an advisory role and to provide guidance.
Yes, that's what it says here.
Then the responsibility of the regulator is set out at 1.3.3, and they have a statutory obligation to accredit, assess and monitor, but also to resolve complaints and to provide education about best practice, infection prevention and control.
Yes.
Right? So it's envisaged that they will be involved in the process, also assisting in that way. Can I take you to 2.3, which is on page 101. This sets out the learnings, another terrible word used frequently in this jurisdiction. This sets out the learnings up to that point in time, or the state of knowledge about the mode of transmission of the illness. At that stage, the science was transmitted via droplets and fomites from close unprotected contact. And then it says this airborne spread has not been reported for COVID-19.
Yes.
So clearly knowledge has developed substantially since this point in time.
Yes.
Although there is a qualification there, and that is that certain aerosol generating procedures conducted in healthcare settings may result in airborne transmission.
Yes, that was understood. Yeah.
And, for example, use of a nebulizer or a CPAP machine or some sort of oxygen therapy with high flow oxygen might produce that result.
Yes.
Now, if you go over to page 102, the document under the heading Preparation 3.1 required an RCF to ensure that they're prepared for an outbreak. And that included a well-functioning infection prevention control program, working in concert with a well-functioning occupational health program. Now, there was some training that was performed by Anglicare early in the piece in terms of donning and doffing PPE equipment, things like that. Correct me if I'm wrong about this, that training was not mandatory but voluntary.
I can't be sure.
Right. But aside from that training, what was done substantively to put an infection prevention control program in place as per this guideline?
If you like, infection control, antimicrobial stewardship is part of the responsibility of day-to-day business of residential aged care operations. So, to a certain extent, this is a matter in which staff would receive training, would be offered training, and would be reminded to complete training and refresher training on such things as, hand hygiene. There was certainly at least one webinar which I attended early on, pre-outbreak, where we were encouraging our staff to be prepared to refamiliarise themselves with donning and doffing procedures and the importance of infection control practices. So I participated in at least one of those. So there was seeking to ramp up an awareness, refresh, remind yourself about the importance of hand hygiene, etc. We did not at that stage employ, to my knowledge, any infection control practitioners. The organisation does now.
Yes. Does now meaning after the Newmarch
outbreak,
experience.
absolutely. And since that's been a requirement for federal age funding as well.
Is it also correct that there was not engagement with the Clinical Excellence Commission at this planning phase in terms of developing an infection prevention control program? Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
We know that Kathy Dempsey, you know who she is, I take it now.
Yes, I do.
Came in later, much later during the outbreak,
Yes.
and gave some hard advice about infection prevention and control at that point in time,
Yes.
drawing on her considerable expertise in that area. And you knew Ross Lowe from Baptist Care and had discussed the Dorothy Henderson Lodge outbreak with him.
Yes, indeed. I'd had a number of discussions with him about their experience.
Right. Did you know from him that Kathy Dempsey was brought in very early there?
I didn't know that.
At the beginning of the outbreak?
Afterwards, yes.
Right. But you didn't know at the time you had those conversations with Mr. Lowe? No. Right. Is that a convenient time, Your Honour? It's 4:08.
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Mr. Millard, we're going to have to pause there and pick up your evidence tomorrow. Thank you for this afternoon. You're welcome to leave your seat there if you would like.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll adjourn until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.